Hello everybody, welcome to Tune TV Official and the RFRO 1000 of Kilometres season finale at the Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans. My name is Owen Harmon. We're delighted to bring you this season finale here for both the LMP2 and GT3 category cars. It's been a long season, having been previously at the Algarve in Portugal way back in September, and now it's the month of June. So it's been a long season for these drivers, 7 rounds in total, and we have the big season finale coming up for you now. It is a decent enough race, of course, Le Mans. Traditionally the 24 hours, most famous, but we have 74 laps plus this one formation lap scheduled for you this afternoon, heading into the evening. So make yourselves comfortable and enjoy the couple of hours coming up of racing. So yeah, this is a crucial opportunity with championships on the line for both categories on show, and we check out the grid as it forms up behind the race leader here. This will be the number 72 RKT competition. That will be Michael Leroux behind the wheel of that one at the moment. And championship leaders in LMP2, the G League Esports, they're lined up in P2. Matteo Agetz behind the wheel there, so they'll be the favourites to clinch the championship, but it's not a guarantee by any means. It will be a competitive battle with the Alpa Racing Team number 34, who are currently lined up in 4th position. So in between them is a very good run for G League Esports' second team, so they have a good support there in the yellow there. So number 135 with Thibaut Trambouze has blocked the direct rival in the championship there, so that's very handy for G League Esports to have that buffer. And then P5 we have the number 94, so another G League team there, so they have a stacked lineup, and their number 94 car, the Orica, P5, so a lot of stress, I'm sure, in the Alpa Racing team's garage as they have to try and secure this championship as best they can. Then in 6th place we have number 21 car, so that's actually OSR rookie team. They've outshone their parent team, I suppose, so they'll be really encouraged with that performance. Yes, we have my broadcast colleague for this afternoon. It is the Danish Supremo, Dennis Lind. Dennis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello, everyone.
Yes, very good afternoon. So, yeah, you looking forward to this one?
Absolutely. Racing at Le Mans, always a good action, for sure.
Yeah, and I'll certainly be leaning on your experience in real life as well, sim racing, Dennis. So we're just running through the formation lap at the moment before we get underway. Yeah, the championship is on the line, particularly in LMP2. There are 2 very strong outfits currently lined up 2nd and 4th. We have plenty more drivers to talk about as well. There are 16 drivers in the LMP2 class taking part today, and then I think another 15 or so GT3. So yeah, a nice balanced grid for our 1000 kilometers 2024 championship finale. I suppose speaking of the GT3s, we'll give them a bit of a spotlight as well. You can start to see some of them in the background there. We have Mercedes, Corvettes, Ferraris, Aston Martins, Porsches, name it. They're all represented here this afternoon. So it's the number 58 Visceral Esports team. They're championship leaders, and they've followed up that top form with the pole position. They have Miguel Cardozo to start out, and then 51 BMW M4 definitely outperformed its championship form there, so that should be very exciting. But the head-to-head battle is with Team Phoenix there. Nikolai Berzakov in P3 in the category will want to try and catch up to the Visceral Esports Mercedes to try and make this an exciting finale for them as well.
It's always pretty interesting to see with the GT3s, as they're quite different in speed and power coming down the long straight, especially here at Le Mans. Quite a bit of length in terms of fuel economy and some of that we'll probably sees quite a bit of different strategies in terms of lifting and coasting from the GT3s themselves. In LMP2, I've done a few of the races here on iFactor 2 as well with these cars. You can save a lap, but it does cost quite a lot of time to do so. So it will be quite interesting to see who does what here.
Yeah, so we're heading 2x2 formation, ready to get this superb event underway. So here we go. We have the chance with the G League Esports Elite team there in the yellow on the inside. They're going to give it everything they've got to try and clinch this championship. So just a little bit more, got to get it organized side by side, and the signal waiting 75 laps. We have the formation lap done, a long hold, and we're away. Let's go with the competition. So into the lead now. We have the lead change early on. The 72 has burst into lead, so RK competition eager to get going, and now for the GT3s they're away, and so far so good for the Mercedes number 58. Got to defend hard here from the OSR Academy. Of course, yeah, the 83, the Chevy Corvette will want to get past immediately to avoid the breakaway for Cardozo.
Pretty quick getaway from the Mercedes there. Seems to be just outside of range of Slipstream coming into the first straight, which is a good thing for him for the BMW and the Callaway. But if they do work together, then it should be pretty easy to catch him back up here on Le Mans.
Exactly, yeah, the Mulsanne should give them plenty opportunity to get it behind in the slipstream, as you can see there in the middle of the screen. Potential peak for an overtake. Yeah, we have our leaderboard on show now, so RKT competition will try their very best to get a win at the very end of the season. They're battling the G League second team. Oh, and that's getting very tight here in the battle for the LMP2s. So he's got to back off into the second chicane on the Mulsanne. This will be the Quantum Ponto White Spirit by TX3. He's got to try and find the gap the best he can against Arthur Pata. Let's see, now into the hard braking zone coming up in just a moment. They're way by. The number 94 trying its best to secure a third in the championship. Here we go. Got to get right on those brakes. Good apex there from Quantum.
That was almost 4 wide coming into the second chicane there on lap 1 effectively of the 1,000 kilometers race here.
Yeah, of course, the saying goes, the race can never be won on the first lap, but it can be lost. But that attitude, it's not going to affect these drivers at all, really. We've got the Iceberg sim racing team, Ferrari, trying to chase down its competitor in 11th place in its class, so the BMW. Let's see if there is a way past getting into the famous segment now after into Arnage in Indianapolis. Let's see, they go side by side as a matter of fact, so it's going to be risky here to see if there's going to be any leniency on this opening lap, but no, the Ferrari has to yield, I'm afraid. It will be no contest, it stays as it is. The RKT competition pulled out over a second here to begin lap 1, so they're really determined to make a show of this race and let the championship battle compete behind them. So yeah, at the moment it is really encouraging for RKT. There we go, lap 1 of official competition has been completed there, and it seems like everyone is just trying to figure out their feel of the car, making sure everything is as expected. But of course, yeah, the chance for the number 453 to gain back in for the race lead, that will definitely be a factor coming now that the tyres are definitely getting up to temperature. So now we're back on the Mulsanne. And the gap is hefty at the moment here. The RKTs just looking really, really feisty to begin things. But of course, yeah, all sorts of outside occurrences can bring a well-planned strategy to a halt here around Le Mans. Yeah, into the first chicane they go. MSG League esports cars just can only watch and wonder what could be done about this. Very, very exciting drive here thus far, and LaRue has given some really impressive times. But of course, yeah, the Sector 1 evenly matched really between the top two. Everyone in the 32s in LMP2 at the moment, whereas the GT3s are hitting 36s and 37s in their first split times thus far. Another run down before the hard braking zone. So now there we go, back into the run down, completing the Mulsanne straight, and it is getting closer and closer here. The G Sport, the G Leagues wanting to team up, I'm sure, using that benefit, having three of their cars in the top 10 in qualifying. And we're heading over to the GT3s for a moment. And let's see now, it's the battle for fifth position here between Fortio in the Speed.exe car and the Leandro Simio's Alpha GP car. So that's one of the McLarens, as a matter of fact. So Simio's driving the McLaren 720S, and the classic McLaren versus Ferrari battle brought to life here in the RFRO 1000 kilometers. On board, heading into the hard right hairpin here.
A little bit of a wiggle from the Ferrari, it seems like, on the exit, but didn't really make the McLaren catch up too much. And it seems like they're quite evenly matched on top speed here, as the McLaren is trying to catch back up. Normally he's within the slipstream range, but he could also just be saving a bit of fuel now for that one extra lap, which is quite crucial around here.
Absolutely, yeah. So the weather thus far, the forecast is believed to be dry all throughout. Simio's having a little peek there as the Speed picks up some gravel down the rear right tires, and he may take a look into Arnage. Is there a way through? No, there's not. So yeah, Fortio was brave to keep the car going, didn't spin the wheels and result in a slide. So beautifully done. Our race leader should be into the next lap. Yeah, so 3:25.3 for LaRue, gaining another half a second on the championship leader G League Esports car. So very impressively done, to say the least there. Yeah, beautiful shots here through the Porsche curves. There we are. Speaking of the G League cars, they're well on the Mulsanne by now. They just have to find a way to stop this incredible early performance here. But of course, yeah, as I say, everything might be going to plan for minutes and minutes at a time, but then something else happens and it can take a huge dip. But yeah, LaRue is really excited to deliver for the RKT competition team and get them perhaps into third place in the championship.
Yeah, these two G League cars definitely needs to work together in order to catch up to RKT competition. Because he is pulling away a little bit at the moment, not by much, but just enough to break that important toe here. And the more they have to push, of course, the more fuel they're spending and the less chance they have to catch up later on. So very important for them to sort of work together right now and try to get back up to him so they can pass him and perhaps work a way to create a bit of a gap after that.
Yeah, absolutely. The gap, it does feel like it is a huge one, but at the moment, the 13 kilometers, they certainly do spread out the field a bit, so they are lapping 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes at a time, really, just thereabouts in the LMP2s. So 2 seconds after 3 full speed laps, it isn't too shabby. Yeah, at the moment, yeah, the third place car, the 135, Thibaut Trambou's just making sure they're following their elite partners in the G League umbrella, doing exactly what they need to do. Kutsak doing whatever is possible for Alpha Racing, but they're slipping further and further behind. Unfortunately, they're not able to quite make up time. They have gained a little bit in Sector 2, but compared to their Sector 1 split, it's not quite on the level. So now they cross the line. This is the official lap 5, and again, yeah, very consistent performance from Leroux. But yeah, it's just trying to find, I guess, is there any real opportunity to catch up with the benefit of having a direct buffer from a teammate?
So his Matteo Axet's last lap was actually cancelled because of track limits. So that's another thing they have to be careful of here. I don't know what the limit is set to, but I believe it's around 5 cut tracks, and then you get a drive-through. So quite a harsh penalty, but those are the circumstances.
Yeah, we have a side-by-side battle here. This could be the 24 and the 9 and the 112. So there we go. That looks like a swap. Rui Pedro Vieira for AJR, the Portuguese team. They're through, and the chance for the counter-attack here from SRG Team 2. SRG well represented here. They are the Seam Racing guys. But unfortunately for Deglia, they have lost, or Degliage, excuse me, the full name is cut off on my screen, but I'm just looking up the live timings as well. So Degliage has lost the position. Rui Pedro Vieira has made that count on the first segment of the Mulsanne, heading to the second chicane in just the moment here. So they're looking out on those braking zones. Yellow flag flashed up, and that's a GT3 wide. So I would have to, exactly what happened there could be Antonio João Loureiro in the number 60. So they've made a big mistake in the second chicane, but thankfully they were able to re-emerge without causing any trouble to these LMP2s. I'm just looking to see if any other drivers have been lapped. Yeah, so 2 cars already a lap down in GT3, and that is a concern, but yeah, there's still a long way to go.
I was just having a look up and down our little timing sheet here, and it seems like the Visceral Esports GT3 is the only one in top 3 having the hard compound on. Everyone else except Marcelo Forcio has opted for the mediums or softs. So quite interesting to see this strategy from the leaders, being quite confident in their own pace, of course, by starting on the hard tire.
Yeah, but I suppose the confidence, looking at the championship, Visceral Esports have scored at least 100 points in every single round. So the championship, they definitely have perhaps a hand and then 2 fingers on the thumb on the trophy. So they just need to secure a really strong performance. If they beat Team Phoenix on the road, then it guarantees the championship either way. But really, a top 5 should be more than enough to bring the title to the Visceral Esports team. From they have a Canadian representation here, so yeah, that would be really exciting to have the championship go all the way over to Canada.
It does look like they're aiming for top 5, surely.
Yeah, without a doubt, they have the know-how every round. The Algarve, Spa, all the way through to the Asian series in Bud and Bahrain. They've just scored so impressively each and every time. And just one thing to note, I think there is actually DNF. The number 50 Aston Martin has retired from the race. So yeah, that is a confirmation. I thought maybe that could have been a dropout, but yeah, it is a technical failure, I'm afraid, for the number 50 and Morgan McAllister. So an early DNF for the number 50 team. Big Promble Motorsports cars. That's a shame. Very interesting livery with the Promble logo on the number 50. But yeah, it's the game over, I'm afraid, for the American team. That's Diogo Franco on screen at the moment in the Ferrari. That will be the Concept Motorsports WMB car. They are very well placed in the championship, so they are trying to perhaps take advantage of the number 206, the Northern Irish team, based on their logo. They didn't qualify very well compared to their standards, but Simon Kingsbury, in fairness to him, has brought that car up to 6th in class. So yeah, it was a tough qualifying for the 206 Mercedes, but they have fought back very strongly, and Kingsbury has got that definite confidence with the medium soft tyre, so they are going aggressive in this first stint, Dennis, and they know they want to get a very strong finish to complete what is a very rewarding season for that team.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a good result here is crucial, but also Le Mans is kind of a weird track to do these kind of races on, because it's always a bit of an awkward length, the stints here. So I believe, if my memory serves me right, it's about 14 laps in the GT3s, whilst the LMP2s you can stretch to 11, but you'd ideally want to be around 9 and 10 if you push max. So you kind of want to think long term here. You would sacrifice a little bit of track position here just to get those extra laps in the end, so you might save a pit stop or two. Those extra laps are so important, because you can save that extra pit stop. It's about 1 minute, 1.5 minutes of gap you can close by that. So if you have a smart strategist on your team and you know what position you need to be in to do what, then you might see some of these cars not going for all the fights that they absolutely have to, but sort of staying close enough to be able to save some fuel. So you might see some long-term strategies here as well.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see what different strategies can occur here. So yeah, we have the continued action here just off the podium for the GT3s. The third place there on the line here. So if Diogo can catch up here, just half a second behind Team Phoenix at the moment. And it would be a big blow to Team Phoenix if they are knocked off the podium. And they know they're direct rivals in the championship. Number 58 just pulling well clear, so they've about 2.5 seconds of an advantage over the number 51 BMW, the OSR Academy team. Oh, and a bit of a hectic views here under the Dunlop Bridge at the moment here, Dennis. So we'll see exactly what's going on in just a moment. We got a good three-way fight here. That looks like the number 24, the 19, and the 112. So we spoke about them earlier. The SRG Team 2, the OSR Senior Team. We have this Portuguese AJR and the Blue Racing Team. Now you can just see them in the background in their nice bright blue livery, and they're also getting a bit of action from behind from the number 71, I think. So Neo Rick having a look there in the number 71.
It did look like one of the cars braked a little bit too deep coming into the first chicane and perhaps lost a bit of momentum coming out of it, and that caused a bit of a scuffle coming out of the chicane. But it seems like everyone is sort of not fighting too hard. I mean, when they get a position, let's say, give it up for free, of course they're going to take it, but it doesn't really seem like anyone wants to really engage in anything at the moment, just to stay safe. It's still, best part of 70 laps to go, and that's a long way to go, especially for these. That means around 7 more pit stops for the LMP2s, so they still have quite a bit of work to do. So I think everyone is sort of just playing it safe right now, seeing where they're at pace-wise, and trying to get a gauge on what to do with their strategy at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. So having 5 cars all in a line here, the opportunity to pick up places is certainly tempting, but of course the loss can be significant as well. But the number 71 team, the Electron Libre team, I love that name, that's a really cool one. They have the opportunity to pick up the most positions, and they have a good gap behind. They shouldn't be too worried about the number 122. Oh, they are a few seconds behind the Racing Heart Italia, the RHII team. So there's an RHI for Racing Heart Italia, and then the RHII. So we'll just have to keep that one in mind, Dennis, as we are, of course, making our debut here for RFRO.
Yes, a lot of new names, a lot of new drivers, and not so new cars. We've seen them before, but yeah, getting used to all these new teams and colors is always wonderful.
No doubt. So yeah, we'll certainly monitor any further action between these 5 competitors in LMP2. And now we have a chance. We have a head-to-head battle in as we return to GT3s, the Corvette and the Ferrari, getting very close now. Only 4/10 of a second between them through Tetra Rouge and past the Le Mans FC Stadium. I've played with that team in Football Manager in a great success as a personal thing. It was a really, really good time for me, but nevertheless, we have to concentrate on our sim racing. But a good exit, in fairness, out of Tetra Rouge for Bezrikov. And it's left Franco with a lot to do here.
So I know by heart that the Ferrari is very, very good on strategy in terms of fuel economy. They are, however, not so good on tires. There seems to be not the issue, but the Ferrari just seems to always use a bit more tire because of temperature. But he is catching up here, and I'm sure, yep, he's going to dive out. And that's going to be a pretty easy overtake to make. He is, however, on the outside for the chicane, so the Corvette can, let's say, force the issue a little bit, but I think he's going to drop back here and settle for the slipstream. Yep.
So change for position. We have a new second place here in GT3 class. So Diogo Franco getting the job done there for Concept Motorsport, and Team Phoenix losing out there, and they're getting further divided away from their head-to-head rivals in the GT3 standings. We got a beautifully planned move there from Franco. Used the slipstream with the Callaway Corvette sort of struggling on the hard curbs, but now into the hairpin right before they run down to Indianapolis. You can just probably see in the very far distance there that was likely the Mercedes of Cardozo in the lead for Visceral Esports. So yeah, they will feel that's a long way back, but of course, yeah, it's still single-digit laps here around Circuit de la Sarthe. And lap 9 for the LMP2 leader, still yet to be hit yet.
So yeah, pretty important move made by Diogo Franco there. And it seems like Nikolai doesn't have a big answer at the moment. Let's see when they come up to the Porsche curves. That's really where you can see the difference in the setup. But it seems for this part here, the Corvette is just a little bit slower on the straights, and that gives the Ferrari the upper hand to get this gap, just to get him out of the slipstream and away from any houseway in his way.
Yeah, and there's race leader Leroux. He's preparing to lap these cars for the first time, so yeah, it is about logical, of course, 30 seconds a lap. Oh, that is risky, but no time to waste for Leroux. Thankfully, full cooperation. The Corvette realised have to get out of the way, stayed left, then the Ferrari goes to the right, avoiding any contact. But yeah, this is a searing performance here from Mikhail Leroux to start the race, keeping that 4.5 second lead over Azagets and Trambus, working as hard as they can for the G League Esports team. There we go, across the line for a new lap.
If he's gonna get these moves done, that gap is gonna increase massively during every time in traffic, because that was absolutely incredible. first going around the inside of the first, and then seeing the gap for the leader, the second place GT3 there was pretty impressive. So that was some threading the needle, risky, but I think it pays off like that.
Yeah, that is certainly the benefit of using the courage, but of course it can go badly wrong if you time it just that little bit too late or even too early. If you try something risky, it can fall apart on you. But yeah, the drivers are definitely settling in to their stints at this stage. We have more lap traffic here, so that will be the other two second and third cars in GT3 getting lapped. So yeah, more and more of the top contenders in LMP2 just find their way past them now. So that should be number 16, I think. And yeah, now there's the 94 making its way through, trying to find the gap against Franco's car, and we should get it out of the chicane, and there we go. But yeah, more distractions for these GT3 drivers. It's the hardest part of the race, early doors for them, having all these eager LMP2s trying to get past them when they have their own jobs to do.
Tell you what though, when they're overtaking you on the straight, it actually is quite nice because you get a bit of a free slipstream boost, and that makes you safe. Obviously saves fuel, but also makes you go a little bit faster. So getting them on the straight is fantastic. Getting through the Porsche curves, not so much. Not really what you want there.
Not at all, but yeah, more and more blue flag orders coming out now, but hopefully that's the end of it for a little while at least. Using the timeline tracker there, you can see there's a little bit of gap emerging now after Strugala for SRG Team 1 managed to get through. So they have a little bit of a gap before the number 24 SRG wants to get past them as well. So they have this perhaps chance heading towards Indianapolis to recalibrate their thoughts before. There you go, you can see the green outline on the SRG Team 2 car, whereas the Team 1 has red outlines on the bonnet of the Orica. There you go, he'll let them through for sure before Indianapolis. Getting that little bit of a boost before. There we go. The Corvette will merge out of the way of yet another LMP2. There we go. That should be completed. The OSR in 10th place, Enzo Locatelli.
It's not really the best place for him though. It seems like on the braking zone into, is it then Arnage, the slow right-hander, it seemed like he was held up a little bit by the LMP2, having to brake a little bit early, not to let's say go too deep into the rear of the Ferrari in front of him. So it did seem like he get held up a little bit. It might have increased his gap by 2-3 car lengths.
Yeah, we'll definitely catch the official lap times as they come in just a moment.
Yeah, everything was lost there for the Ferrari because the Ferrari got caught on the outside of an LMP2 that didn't really go for the gap but held back a little bit, and that had already caused the Ferrari to go offline. So now, yeah, he's caught right back up to the rear end of the Ferrari.
Yes, without a doubt, they should be competing now into the next lap. Oh, locking up the brakes there. The very colourful number 112, I think that is. So there you go, they complete their own lap there to begin their lap 9 for GT3s, but lap 10 for RKT competition et al. in LMP2. Yeah, maybe, just maybe, they finally have a genuine gap for themselves and they can just refocus on the race. Under the Dunlop Bridge they come. Yeah, it seems like they are freed up for a little while at least. The gap at the top as LaRue continues to pull away by a few tenths a lap. The G League Esports just cannot seem to do anything about LaRue at the moment. And yeah, they're well on their way to completing the second sector very soon.
Interestingly enough, The BMW M4 in fourth, and GT3 caught up a whole second to the second and third battle here on the last lap through traffic. So he might have been a bit more lucky through the well, getting getting passed by the LMP2s, but 1 second. That's quite a lot at this time.
Yeah, and there it is there. So just on the top of your screen there, it was visible, the OSR Academy BMW. But it's still, it still needs a bit more good fortune to get involved with this second and third place contest. Through the second chicane they come. Let's see if the Corvette can take it nice and smooth this time. So yeah, hitting a lot of the curbs, but it seems to be the right way to go. For Bezrakov's point of view, trying everything possible to put Franco under a bit of pressure and get that position back. We have an on-board shot here. Potential battle for 6th position at the moment, on board with Pata in the G League Esports Elite 2 car. His chance to catch up to the number 16, the White Spirit by TX3. So far so good. This is a strong lap thus far for Pata. He's probably 2 tenths up in sector 1 and losing a tenth back in sector 2. So we'll see exactly what's going on for these two now. Race leaders just about to cross the line now, and then they come to the pits. So identical strategies here, Dennis. This is a chance to go head to head in the pit lane, as a lot of cars are definitely thinking, yeah, let's get this pit stop out of the way rather than going long.
Yeah, so I only see three LMP2s heading into the pits now, which means the rest are staying out. So these cars probably pushing a bit harder or executing a strategy early on just to get that one pit stop less towards the end. But pitting early, I count 5 cars now into the pit lane, 6 cars.
Yeah, they've reacted. Yeah, lots of reactions from behind.
So you don't want to get overcut or undercut here. The tires much quicker in the beginning of the stint, but at the same time you also lose that bit of edge on the car because of the extra weight. So let's see how they all pan out once they get out of the pit lane. If they're double standing tires already or if they're staying on the same set will be very interesting to see. But at the moment it does look like everyone comes out in the same order they came in. Let's look for changes.
Yeah, so we do bear in mind AJR stayed out, RHI stayed out, and OSR Rookie, I think, yeah, they were top of the queue there, so they should be able to pull out their advantage. But yeah, White Spirit versus G League Esports Elite 2, that's the battle to watch. Got to avoid the car on the outside there. And yeah, it seems like, yeah, identical pit lane times for all those competitors.
And they're directly out into GT3 traffic, so that'll be interesting.
Yes, indeed. So should be able to get this blue flag order complete pretty quickly in the Dunlop curves. Getting past the Ferrari next. Oh, it's just an awkward spot here, I'm afraid, Dennis, before Tetra Rouge. And yeah, thankfully there is a gap that he can take. And through he goes.
Yeah, it's just one of those places where you lose a lot of momentum coming out. You sort of build momentum all the way through the SS there, and coming out of that corner before Tetra Rouge, if you just catch a GT3 on the outside, it feels like someone's hitting you in the stomach. You'll just lose all momentum going down towards Tetra Rouge, and it's normally a place that hurts a lot, but he did have a gap, which you can see it decreased quite a lot by that. So we will see how they get on, but he still is pretty safe from behind us. Ooh, the car behind, the White Spirit went quite wide, I would say. Lost a little bit of time there in the first chicane.
Yeah, that's a shame, getting loose, but yeah, better to be still in the race in a straight line rather than having a spin and potentially being at risk of being hit. An oncoming car now on board once again, heading now into the Porsche curves. Is Bootsack for Alpha Racing Team. Alpha Racing Team, yeah.
We're expecting all of these cars to come in this lap. So 1, 2, 3, 4 should all be pitting this lap unless they have gone for the extra lap, which I think is a bit difficult to do in the first stint with the long formation lap.
Oh, you could just poke I think the G League Esports car needing to get past the GT3 into the gravel and spins. That's Trambouz. Trambouz has lost control before entering pit lane, as you could possibly see from the onboard shot. He was distracted by a GT3 and unfortunately came in very hot into the pits, and he picked up too much of that gravel trap, Dennis, and he spun out. So Kutsak, without having to do any extra work, has a chance to get his number 34 into third place after pit lane service. So let's check out the replay.
It did seem like a very, very late swerve in front of the GT3 car. I didn't see what GT3 car it was, but in terms of, let's say, late entry into the pit lane, that was certainly one of them.
Yeah, as late as possible without incurring some sort of entry penalty. You have to be within the blend lines as best as possible. Yeah, Trambouz, that's such a frustrating one because he has been pretty much on the button for his team, doing everything they need him to do. Unfortunately, that one flash, certainly the lights of the GT3 got in his eyes and he made the mistake. But he'll have to correct himself as best he can, as these other cars who have already pitted are through, and that looked like Pata going a bit wide there.
Yep, that was Pata from the other G League car.
Yeah.
Quite a few G League cars here just to make sure we get the right one. It's always a bit difficult, but yeah, he lost a lot of positions from that. That dropped him all the way down to 6th position at the moment. So that's not ideal for him, I would say. But yeah, that is how it is right now. Mikael Larue, I didn't see the gap before the pit stop, but I believe it's relatively unchanged, around 10 seconds now. The gap to second has obviously increased a bit because we lost the fourth car to a bit of a spin, so that is now up to 13 seconds. So 1, 2, and 3 pretty far away from each other. Fourth on third is very close. On the other hand, around 3/10 separating them at the moment.
Yeah, it is just eye of the needle stuff there for third position in LMP2 class. But this battle here will rage on for 9th and 10th. Now we move up. Let's see what can be done here. As we say, also a rookie team doing what they can to block the march of the Alpha Racing team. They've got to get through. To be honest, this is a golden opportunity to overtake for the podium position, get themselves really going in this race, knowing the championship is at stake. They've got to beat the G League Esports Elite 453 car, currently in second place, using all the available runoff. Marchand for OSR rookie, not willing to give an inch here, and it's up to Alexei Kutsak to find the gap in the back straight towards Indianapolis. Let's see if he will perhaps wait till the end of the lap to make a move, or if he can get the slipstream.
Yeah, I think Alexei has been quite, let's say, surprised to see that car in front of him, because he did have a pretty healthy gap behind him, but he must have lost. Well, obviously they did the undercut with the OSR rookie team, but there might have been also something happening on track that cost him some time, because he was pretty safe in fourth, but he's very much in the mix right now between these, let's say, gaggle of 5-6 cars all the way down to Arthur Pata in the G League Esports 2 car. They're all pretty close on track and all within, let's say, attacking distance.
Yeah, absolutely. So the top 7 all within a shout, really, within 30 seconds of one another. Strugala is kind of on his own there in P8 in class for S or G Team 1. And of course, yeah, they have a chance to really make advantage of fuel saving. They do have that benefit. So with their teammate in 9th, they can also plan ahead and make sure both teams succeed. So beautiful approach into the Ford chicane for both these cars as they begin their 13th lap to try and keep up with their competitors just in front of them, the RKT and the Elite G League Esports car. But they are quite a distance away, Dennis. So this is so important. The OSO rookie team, they're just doing it really to impress, making sure their name is up in lights. But for the sake of the championship, it is Alexei Kutsak. He's got to find his moment, whether it comes now or in the next 5 minutes. He's got to pick his spot and get it, using a lot of the sausage curbs there out of Tetra Rouge.
Yeah, I think we can take away one thing from these early the first pit stops here. The undercut is very strong. I think if you plan to stay out longer, which I'm just having a look now, it's 75 laps. So if you pit on lap 10, it doesn't really work out. If you pit on a lap 11, you are just fine. So these cars that pitted on lap 10 on the first, and they'd obviously have to extend, where the cars who pitted later, can pit a bit earlier in their stint later on in the race. Oh, that was very, very hard for me to say. But yeah, so I think you'll see a bit of an alternation between 10 and 11 laps, all depending on where you are on track, what your track position is, what you want to do. Because at the moment here, let's say if they want to have a chance against the RKT, leader at the moment, Michael Leroux, they need to not fight each other. But I do think that the fight is more between them right now than anyone else. So yeah, you'll see some alternation between the pit stops. 10 and 11 laps is my guess. I don't think it's viable to go for the 12 laps, just because you only need to save 4 laps in total. So that's 4 pit stops where you have to go to 11 laps. So no point in really going super long, but you also can't really go too short.
Exactly. I just spotted something small but potentially significant in the LMP2 battle for 9th and 10th, because the blue racing team car has found a way through. So Jerome Thellier has overtaken Delegage for 9th position. I didn't see exactly where it might have happened, but the blue racing team have split up those sim racing guys' cars, and that is a great sign for them as they want to try and climb their way up the championship and potentially go head to head with the SRG team too themselves in the championships. At the moment,
I think I spot another change as well. Arthur Patat has gotten past Thibault Trambous in the 2 G League esports cars fighting within each other, so they've swapped positions once again. But I'm not sure Mr. Trambous is too happy with where he is right now. He was all the way up in 4th, and I do think he finds himself a little bit out of position right now and wants to get that back.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah. To have lost all that precious time through a mistake that really couldn't have been foreseen. It's not one of those things that you'd imagine could happen to you, but unfortunately for Thibault, it did. And he'll have to try his best to make up that time in his remaining stint in the car before our driver swaps begin to take effect. But yeah, it is still cloudy but still dry day at the Circuit de la Sarthe, so the worries of any rain, as I said earlier in the broadcast, it is unlikely to feature today. So the 1,000 kilometers should be dry all the way through, making it a fair fight for the championships in LMP2 and GT3. But yeah, it is still a wide open race, up and down the board. A lot of positions still up for grabs.
And you know what's coming up soon? GT3 pit stops. So I think we'll see the first few cars starting to dive in relatively soon. Like I said earlier, if my memory serves me right, it's around 14 laps they can do on a full tank here, full chat. So let's see if there's anyone coming in yet.
It'll be Cardozo in the lead car, the Visceral Esports car. They're the first to have the opportunity to tell us the story of GT3's race if they choose to pit, or if he carries on.
I think he stays out. Yep.
the intervals on screen there. You can see between Concept Motorsport in second, Team Phoenix third, and OSR Academy in fourth. They're all neatly together, all within striking distance of one another. And Simon Kingsbury, as I said, the 206 car for Boyd Transport Racing, they had a poor qualifying for their standards, but they have fought back hard into 6th position in the class, and they are just half a second behind Speed.exe, and they're 666 Ferrari 488. A lot of numbers there to say, but yeah, we got through it. So that should be an exciting battle after we give the 3rd and 4th place in overall and in LP2 class the chance to fight it out on screen. Marchand and Kutzak inseparable at the moment.
Yeah, my apologies. Of course, the GT3s are a lap down now, so they would only start lap 13 at the time that I expected them to come in. So there will be another 2 laps before we'll see any sort of pit stops, I'd imagine. But yeah, Alpha Racing Team on OSR, they seem to be going at it. Like, they don't really want to give up this position, and it seems like the OSR is very fast in the straights, but they keep losing out in these Porsche curves. Like the last sector is not as strong as Alexei Kutzak is able to put out in the Alpha Racing Team's LMP2. You can also see that the gap is visibly closing coming out of the Porsche curves here.
Yeah, the gap definitely shrinking. And we'll see for sure as they cross the start-finish line in just a moment after the Ford chicane, where their lap's going to compare. It's going to be close, I'm sure. Let's see, so 133.3 for Marchand, 133.2 for Kutzak, so just a 1/10 of a second in it. Yeah, that's sector 3, sorry, so their actual lap times are 327.3 for, 327.8 for Marchand, 327.2 for Kutzak. So yeah, I was looking at the wrong column there, so my apologies, but yeah, it is a gain without a doubt for Kutzak. He's got to do that one more time to make the position up. Yeah, the sector 3 very close, but it was really that first and second sectors that made a difference. Bit of a wiggle there at the Tetra Rouge, and that could give Marchand a chance to break.
Cars are really, let's say, in the lowest downforce configuration you can get here, so the cars will be sort of moving around a little bit more than you're used to with these LMP2s, especially coming from high downforce tracks where you're trying to really, let's say, maximize the downforce you have on these cars. They're absolutely incredible on high downforce. A little bit more slidey and feels like they're driving a bit over the top of the track with this low downforce configuration. But Alexei catching right up behind Roman now, looking to get that slipstream. Roman sort of moving over to go a little bit defensive in the OSR rookie car here. Alexei opting for the outside here coming into the second chicane. See if he can make it stick. Yep, around the outside. That's a great move by Alexei. See if he can hold it out of the chicane. He compromised his exit a little bit. Ooh, but the OSR car gets a little bit loose coming out of the chicane here, and that puts just enough distance between them, I think.
Just enough, but yeah, shy of 200 miles per hour. It was a beautiful pass for Alpha Racing Team's Kutzak to finally get 3rd place away from OSR rookie Marchand. So that was a brilliant fight. Played it fair and square, but it was eventually just the right moment for Kutzak to make the pass, and he has the chance now to finally break clear and start to close in that 14-second deficit he's got to Agetz, his head-to-head championship rival, Matteo Agetz. Keeping it cool in 2nd place, doing what he has to do, but it has been all about Mikhail Larue in this first 50 minutes of action.
Yeah, a bit of a lug up there for the OSR team. Looking up the 2 front tires coming into Anage. But another thing I'm seeing here is that the 3 cars that we saw coming out pretty close behind them in the pit stop has actually been catching over the last few laps, while these 2 have been going at it. Catching, but not really a lot. So I don't think it will develop into a 5-way fight, but as I see the Alpha Racing Team sort of pulling away a little bit. But a 4-way fight between them, OSR, and the White Spirit team could well be at hand here.
We do have a pit stop in GT3. It's Sarcells Racing and the BMW M4. So they have come in or stopped quite off timing for a lot of the GT3s, but we'll see exactly what the logic is behind that. So Remy Siglist has pitted the car, and he has a good healthy gap, but Alf team should be able to overtake them now. They're across the line there, so there's a change of position. The number 60 Alf team has made the pass, but it will be a case of trying to overcut his opponents. Oh, we've got the GT3 in the way,
Oh,
and
that was
that's
a
a
late
really
dive.
awkward one. Really awkward one, I'm afraid. That would have been the Alf team, I'd imagine.
Oof. OSR almost getting squeezed off the track there by the Alpha Racing team there. OSR sort of went out of track limits in coming out of the chicane and sort of squeezed themselves on the inside into the SS on the Alpha Racing team. A bit of a flashing lights going on. Maybe some frustration building up already.
Yeah, ideally not, but yeah, it is definitely high stakes for all these drivers. They've been driving once or twice, well, once a month, I'd imagine, since September, and everything that they've been planning is coming to fruition today. And if it goes wrong as a result of a unnecessary incident, then yeah, it will be very, very infuriating, I'm sure. But yeah, they've got to stay composed. It's still early gates here. 75 laps is a long time, and we're still rolling along here. The first hour of racing still to be completed, but they are keeping a very strong pace, lapping pretty consistently. For LaRue in the lead at 3:26 was his last lap, so keeping up that target will definitely get the job done sooner rather than later.
And it seems like we have a second retirement at the moment from Nuno Oliveira. I'm not really sure which team it is. I hope not.
Concept Motorsport, Honor
Yes.
Design. There's a
So,
few Concept Motorsports up and down the categories.
So I think they've had a bit of an issue on their pit stop, which is very unfortunate. Oh, whilst the OSR is really sliding into the corner there, and I am pretty sure the White Spirit by TX3 is gonna catch right up to them now, and this is gonna be a fight to look at. But OSR does not really seem to like this fourth position. They want to be in third, which is understandable, but they are fighting quite hard to get it at the moment, and I think it's costing more in the long end than they're realizing right now.
Yeah, they're gonna lose a lot of time if they're pumping too much brake power into the car on the corners, and of course, yeah, weaving around the place on the straights, it won't help them. And yeah, there are more of the G League esports cars in the view as well. So this battle for third position in LMP2 is going to get hotter and hotter as their second stint is getting underway. And of course, yeah, they'll have the driver swaps coming later on. So yeah, these drivers, yeah, they're well familiar with the track at this stage, but they've got to make it as easy as possible for their teammates before they make any swaps. Lap traffic there, the Ferrari just has to be alert now, watching the mirrors all the way up until the start finish straight. So yeah, one car out of the way, two cars now, and then finally let the number 16 through as well. So the White Spirit by TX3 also through now. I think Thiago Lopez in the 298 is coming into pit lane as well. So they're down at the back of GT3. They're the Grow Racing team. So they have a good roster of drivers to pick from if they need them. Yeah, so far it has been a tough one for a Grow Racing team. And they want to try their best to finish well in the championship, just looking to see where they are in the standing. They're 10th at the moment, yeah, so P10 in the championship, making them very competitive. They could overtake the Sinister Silver team, or they could fall behind. A lot of competition in the midfield of GT3 as well. So a few cars getting their pit stops out of the way early.
Another thing to note probably in the GT3, as we touched on a bit earlier, is that some cars are on the hard compound, And if they're able to extend that to a double stint, or even a triple stint here, it's pretty crucial. I think they are gonna pit around 4 to 5 times during this race, so it's gonna be quite crucial if you can manage to not change tires for not the whole way, but at least for saving 2 pit stops, which is around 16 to 18 seconds each time. You don't have to change tires, so that's a pretty big gap you can build up if you can manage to make the hard tires work. So it's worth looking at, because we have a few people on the medium compound which I think can double stint, but doing a triple stint on mediums is going to be a bit of a compromise at the end. But the hards, I do believe you can triple stint if the track is really gripped up and ready to go.
Exactly, yeah. So we can see the number 8 Porsche 911 of Raul Henriquez. He'll be coming to get lapped very soon. He's running solid. It would be 8th in class for the JP simulation team, so nice and appropriate there. The 8 car in P8. Yeah, let's see if into Arnage there is a handy way through for both cars. Maybe no, could be blocked. No, there you go. Just in time, realizes there was an OSR Academy needing a space as well. Good cooperation there, but now we can see another Callaway Corvette coming along the lines there. It's most likely Bergikov as well, so a little bit of off timing for some of these GT3s. Oh, into Porsche curves there. That could have been tricky, to say the least, for Marchand.
Ewan, can you take a look at the lead gap in the GT3 and tell me if I'm not completely crazy, because that was all the way down to 3 seconds just before.
Yeah, it was about 3 seconds, but indeed we have our pitter, the number 3 pits for Concept Motorsports, and unfortunately, Dennis, our chance to speculate comes to an end.
It's
for
gone.
the moment. Yeah, it's gone now, as we have Enzo Age Le Mans coming into the pits as well. So there you go, the number 3 being the number 51, beg your pardon, BMW, 3rd in class, as he jumps into the higher pit box. So more cars pitting, and McLaren is in, number 38, Alpha GP, and of course the aforementioned Porsche 911 is coming in as well. There you go. Let's see what the number 3 team can do. That looks good. So Concept Motorsports will retain their track position over the likes of OSR Academy and Alpha GP, and there come the rapid LMP2s. So yeah, nice and alert to the pit exit to oncoming cars. But yeah, it's good to see the strong pit stop for Franco, knowing how well he's driven in this first hour thus far, Dennis.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been keeping that Ferrari in pretty good shape, I would say, and also overtaking and like I would say, if I remember correctly, he's on the 2nd position, correct? And that's
Yeah, he would have been P2 at the time of the pits.
Yes, so effectively P2 here, which is good. It's a great start to the race, and to my eyes, it did seem like he was pretty close to the Visual Esports car by the end of the stint. So I'm not really sure what happened there with Miguel Cardoso, but it seemed like he did lose a bit of ground. But let's see what's happening here after the pit stop cycle is complete.
Yeah, we'll have a grander picture of the story of the race as the clock in my time zone is reaching 2 p.m. It should be 3 p.m. local time if the majority of the French teams are certainly keeping an eye on their watches. So yeah, it is really crucial that now that we are rolling along towards lap 20 for the LMP2s, that everything is going according to plan. It has been the exceptional performance of Michael Leroux for RKT competition that has made this race land in their lap so far. They have a beautiful empty space on the road as the GT3s are starting their planned first pit stops. But yeah, if Leroux can carry on these 3:27 lap times as the tires begin to peak and perhaps the fuel burns, Staying consistent in those 327s at least would be absolutely superb. Let's see now, we have the battle. 2 LMP2s just behind the Ferrari, so we'll see now. Yeah, it's P8 and P9, I believe. Strugala and Tellier trying to get past. They are very close thereabouts. So we'll see what can be done about that. But so far, it's no worry. Diogo Franco.
I believe still a couple of cars are owing us pit stops in the GT3s, but I am seeing some strange things happening with this Visceral. Of course, they're diving into the pits now, but the gap from Team Phoenix was also coming down quite a bit. So I would not be too surprised if we see Diogo Franco coming out in first position after this pit stop cycle.
I think we saw her just in our picture coming into the pits, and it is none other than the top two, Miguel Cardozo for Visceral Esports, trying to clinch the championship, and then Team Phoenix in behind with their Callaway Corvette also coming in. So yeah, Dennis, you're spot on. The leaders in GT3 are all coming in to take their pit stops. And this battle for 14th in LMP2 rages on. It's Kramashi versus Filetto. So the RHI and the RHII teams are united on track at the moment in their fetching colours. So they'll jump up now as the GT3s are probably still registered in the pit lane. So let's see how these teammates get along.
I was just about to say, at least the liveries are different, but
Yeah.
one would argue colorblind person would beg to differ. They are looking pretty cool, but I think this RHII car reminisces a little bit of a certain Team Orica, if I'm not too wrong, or Oregon, sorry, which is also a French-run team. So pretty cool, let's say, classic liveries, modern classic liveries here at this race.
Yeah, it's good to see the creative side coming out on some of these teams. Yeah, it does make a great difference to the viewer as well as us in the broadcast booth here, Dennis, that we can have the two very different looking cars within the same sort of pyramid of teams. So yeah, we'll see how they get on. They're trying their best to find a way into contention, but of course, yeah, Neo Rick still a good distance ahead of these two. The Electrons Libre team, that was my favorite name I've seen thus far. But they're all on their own in 12th overall. A bit of intel from our broadcast liaison. We have the GT3 lead bringing a hard compound tire into the stint, whereas the direct competition behind Franco, Bedrikov and Agelemont have medium tires on. So there is a chance for the championship leading Mercedes car to be caught using softer tires on those cars behind. So yeah, we do have an exciting prospect in GT3 if indeed those medium tires are quick in the next 5 or 6 laps, as we have contact into the chicane. The BMW is spun around. That would have been the Sarcelli's team, and good behavior to make up for the battering there. The Porsche 911 of Bastos yielded to make sure his rival in the number 95 could turn around and rejoin safely. But yeah, that was a no-no, I'm afraid, there from Pau Bastos. Just getting his braking all wrong, Dennis.
It seemed like a bit of a... It actually did not look like he was going for an overtake at the time, but I think he just misjudged the braking point, which is so easy to do here. You're spending so much time on full throttle and you might have been checking your fuel or your times, or just, you know, your brain drift away a little bit and all of a sudden you're at a braking zone. So these things can happen, especially on this sort of, let's say, monotone straightaway that all looks the same with trees surrounding the outside. So It didn't. It just looked like a bit of a mistake there from Zhao. But just to go back to the tires, so at the start of the race, I said it was pretty interesting to see because the Mercedes of Visceral was on hard tires also for the beginning of the race, but they were the only one in top 5 who actually started on the hard tire. So I do not believe that within the top 5 we've in GT3 we've seen any tire changes yet at all. So, which could also be why the gaps are sort of swinging a bit up and down, because obviously these tires, they have different times where their peak drops off at and what temperature they work best at. So I'll think we'll see the mediums being quite strong, let's say to the beginning to the end of this second stint, and the hard starting to ramp up in pace comparison to the mediums. So I think they're all sort of owing us a tire, well, let's say tire stop as well for GT3.
I just saw in the exit of Indianapolis, Sigrist had a big slide and he had to catch it as quickly as possible. But he has built up the advantage again over the JP Simulation Porsche. Yeah, that was a relief to say the least that he didn't spin the car again. Of course, those rear tires on the BMW will be quite hot, and Bastos himself gets loose in the certainly ironic Porsche curves. Thankfully now he is able to also catch it before anything very frightening happens, because that's race leader, I think, ready. Sorry, that'll be one of the other LMP2s ready to catch up to them. So yeah, that'll be laps. No, that's not race leader. I think that might be Bruno Sousa in the 969 down the back of the grid, unfortunately, coming to lap those cars. And we're back seeing João Bastos through the Dunlop chicane there, and yeah, he should be relatively calmed down after a difficult lap last time around. Yeah, thank goodness for his sake that nothing horrendous happened. And of course, they were in a bit of a gap on the circuit. No one else was coming to meet them, and they were slowed down at the chicane. But yeah, thankfully the lapped car LMP2 got past as well, so we carry on as normal. And with the 10th placed GT3 car, it's now the Endu Sim Racers in the 315. Borja Ori has taken his BMW up into 10th in class. And it looks like more pit stops. The second stint has completed here for our LMP2s, and we have more of them coming into pit lane, Dennis. So Orsor, Rookie Down have all come in for service, and that could be potentially time for driver swaps.
It could well be the second pit stop here is a good time for it, because I believe the first stop was also not for tires. So they should all be, well, they could all be swapping drivers now, but they're definitely swapping tires. But quite interesting to see here. We had a bit of an alternation in terms of who pitted when. So a couple cars that stayed out one lap longer last stint is now coming in on the 10th lap dot for their stint. So quite interesting to see here. It does make sense in terms of tires and the race length. So you can do 11-10, 11-10, 11-10 until you reach 10 pit stops, and then you should be at around the 75 mark. So they can perfectly well do this strategy without many issues. But yeah, probably some driver changes coming in now.
And we can go to a replay of the incident back at the chicane involving the GT3s, the Porsche and the BMW. So we'll give that a look in just a moment to try and reflect exactly what might have happened there. So here we go, on board once again with the number 8 Porsche. Let's see what quick may have happened in the next 5 or 6 laps. We have got there, yeah. So yeah, it's just unfortunate one for to be honest. Yeah, thought the gap was there, a bit too hot on the brakes, and yeah, just a bad mistake, unfortunately.
Yep, these are the sort of things that happens in endurance racing. You have to be focused, but you have to also relax in your mind a little bit, and perhaps this was just a bit too much relaxation at the time.
Yeah, quite possibly, but of course, yeah, it is a head-to-head battle for track position, so it's not a case of two drivers in the same class in different areas of the race. It was a genuine head-to-head, and now these two cars have just come. One of them, I think, Jurgo, he's now in the number 94. He has to try his best to catch up to Capitaba. I'll try and say that one again later on, but yeah, this is a case of two drivers. I think they would have just taken their pit service, so yeah, we'll see if there's a way through for Jurgo. Getting very close now on the run down to Indianapolis, and there we go, beautiful pass. That's for position there. The number 16 has to accept that was too good of a pass, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a great pass. We now have the top 4 coming into the pit lane, and a relatively short pit stop for the leader, 31.9 second total time, and I am not entirely sure if that's a full pit stop or if it's just tires. I believe it is just fuel, while the G League Esports 1, 2 and Alexei Kutsak is going for tires as well. It would seem like AGR is also in, Alpha Racing is also in. It seems Alpha did not go for tires, so they're now promoted to second. Everyone else is going for the tire swap, as well as a driver change, at least for... Who is that? That's the 4th position. That's the G League Esports Elite team, which was in second. And here we can actually see how much it actually cost to change the tires. So they were pretty safe in second and is now all the way back in 4th. So tire changes are expensive.
So yeah, the in-lap that was just posted there for the 453 was among the quickest of the entire race. So yeah, really good job there to get some extra time before pitting. So Jules Neal is behind the wheel of the championship leading number 453 G League Esports Elite car. But here's the Elite 2 car, Jurgo and P5. Quite a way back from his teammate, unfortunately, 21 seconds separating them. But Nicolas Capi de Balion, I think that's a better effort this time, Dennis. So he's doing his best for White Spirit by TX3 to keep these G League cars in check, with of course 2 of them in the top 5. And in 7th position is the 135 Maxime Barbier behind the wheel. We have now the RHII car against SRG Team 2, so very encouraging signs here for SRG. They were previously sitting in the top 10, but now they want to get their Team 2 car back as close as possible. And Mistral looking on the inside of the first chicane, turning to the right, and yeah, Kronmashi unfortunately wasn't equipped to do anything about that. So beautiful pass. Fabrice Mistral gets a clean pass through for SRG Team 2.
Yep, that was a great move into the first of the chicanes here. Yeah, just clean overtake, get it done, move on, next topic.
Yeah, straight to the point here, Mr. Dennis Lind. No doubt about it. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, that is your style of driving, I'm sure. No frills, get on with the job. Yeah, that's exactly what we've seen here from the competition there. The Kramashi car had nothing to say about the sim racing guys, Team 2 there, so fair play as far as that's concerned. yeah, we have the chances for other competitions in the perhaps. Yeah, let's see, is there any other head-to-head battles that we could see? Yeah, the timing is certainly showing that the top 10 in both classes are quite split apart. The potential for the 206 Mercedes, Roy Tunn is behind the wheel there. He could perhaps catch the McLaren of Leandro Simios potentially later on in the stint. We have definitely got a lot of separation among the cars as we still have more LMP2s, I think, having to take their next pit stops.
Yeah, and I think a thing we're seeing here, it's also a thing that we have to, let's say, get a bit used to, is that we will have cars on different tire strategies, and I think that's what we're seeing here between the battle that we just had between the two cars in picture, which was Fabiano Cremashi and Fabrice Mistral, is that they are on different tires at the moment. So fresher set for Mr. Mistral. And another thing we have to get used to that we're not quite used to even is that we have different engine maps as well. So these LMP2s, they have, if I remember correctly, 4 engine maps. They have the safety car map, they have 2 mixes for, let's say, racing, and then they have 1 qualifying map, which just gives them a little bit of extra boost in terms of power. So that's also, I think, that people can, or the drivers can execute in order to pass. Obviously at the expense of fuel, but they can use it for a short burst of time, the qualifying map, to let's say get that edge in the slipstream.
Yeah, that's really handy information to have, Dennis, so we appreciate that. Yeah, the variety of engine maps, they definitely do play their part across the practice, the qualifying, and this 1,000 kilometer race. So, yeah, the drivers having that opportunity to stick or twist, depending on what situation they're in, will prove very useful. Yeah, we continue to watch SRG doing everything it can to break into the top 10, but at the moment it's going to take quite a long time. But yeah, no doubt about it, Mistral will figure out as much as he can with the deficit that currently stands at 20 seconds, 21 seconds thereabouts. But he is lapping really well, 32.6 in the first split. That takes 4/10 out of Locatelli in the senior OSR car.
And that is also a personal best for the car. So yeah, definitely pushing on at the moment, trying to decrease the cap up to Enzo Locatelli in 10th.
Yeah, he'll keep going to see what may or may not happen. So all you can do now is just show the car has got genuine pace and it can use the gap in front. It's the LMP2 gaggle from 10th place down, all on their own on the circuit. So it's handy to have.
I am seeing a bit of something going on with Enzo Locatelli. I might have given a bit of a commentator curse here, unfortunately, but he is dropping down the order and down to 15th at the moment. So that promoted Fabrice Mistral a bit earlier than I wanted to 10th. So I'm not really quite sure what happened there.
3, 2.
Yeah, we'll try and get some further information.
Oh, we have seems like we have a bit of a code 80 going on.
Oh yes, code 80. You're absolutely right, Dennis. So they're slowed down to 80 kilometers per hour. It's basically the equivalent of a virtual safety car. So this is a perfect time for Alpha Racing to get into pit lane, knowing that everyone else
free pit stop
free
for them.
stop. Exactly.
Yeah, that's gonna be I think a full service for them if there's did they take tires the last time? I don't think they took tires the last time, so this is a great time to take a full pit stop, get fresh tires on that car, and I think they'll just lose out to Jules Neal in 3rd, but not by much. And that's gonna be absolutely a gift for them. I think that actually might be just enough to challenge for the lead if the leader does not get a free pit stop on the next one. So yeah, we see here the Enzo Locatelli here in the OSR car without a rear wing. And I tell you what, these cars without a rear wing, it's a bit like driving on ice with the rear tires, and if you're getting up to above 80, it will spin out on you. That is just the short story of it. So good call from the race direction that to call this code 80 to get this car back to the pits. But this actually is quite interesting. That will then
case in
mean
point.
that most of the teams behind the leaders will get a free pit stop if they go for it.
Yeah, if they can get to pit lane on time, yeah, Enzo, I think he's
Hold up
realised
the
his car
tires.
can't go any further, and he's telepitted. That could be the end of OSR and their number 19 car in this race. So that is devastating to lose out via damage. DNF for Enzo Locatelli and company. So really, really upsetting to see that. It was a solid drive for them, and it's all unravelled.
So we are back to racing speed now. I think Michael Leroux is now realizing that he has to push hard. He is now under danger from pretty much every car behind him. Jules Neal did not opt to go for the pit stop, and I believe Alexei Kutzak was the only LMP2 able to execute a free pit stop. And he's down back to fourth, but he's just behind Romain Marchand, which means he will then have fresher tires than him, and he will be absolutely on a flyer here for Stint if he managed to get fresh tires in that car.
Yeah, so the renewal of the rivalry between the 21 and the 34 may not last nearly as long in this stint, as you say, Dennis, with the fresh tires on board. So yeah, it's suddenly become very precarious for RKT competition, who have been dominant so far in the Le Mans edition of the 1,000 kilometer series. So their chance to continue their fine form will be put to the test for the first time, really. So team manager and driver for the Alpha Racing team, Alexander Machen, he is listed as a manager of the team and a driver, so he will be buzzing with that opportunity to get the team back in the hunt to try and pile some pressure on the G League Esports Elite car, knowing that they can close the championship gap down a little bit, but it is going to be very, very challenging to gain those 19 points they need to win the title.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had Alexei Kutzak out of the picture, just making the move on the OSR rookie team. So that was a short-lived battle. Already a 2-second gap between the two. So the fresher tires really coming to show here. Alexei is already closing up the gap to Jules Neal in the G League Esports Elite team. So it really comes to show that free pit stop was really worth a lot, and that puts him a bit off cycle in terms of tires, but he is on a pretty strong, let's say, strategy for the rest of the race. Means pretty much a 10 lap stint all the way through to the end, where you have to extend on one lap at one of them. So I would say in terms of strategy, they're certainly strong at the moment.
Yeah, strong sector 3 there for Leroux. So he has responded to the threat now that is posed by the Alpha Racing team. So yeah, that is really, really promising. But of course, yeah, the lap times coming around for everybody as lap 25 begins. They're not representative at all after the code 80. So Leroux getting past the number 3 Ferrari there. So he has caught up to the top contenders in GT3. But he won't be worried about that at all. He just needs to get on with the job. Kutzak with an also really
really strong
superb, yeah, an absolutely superb sector 3 for him as well. So he has taken, as you can see, a 4:38.2. That's 9 seconds thereabouts compared to the 4:47 that was interrupted by the caution. So Leroux has to really get on with the job here. Kutzak taking another 3/10 out of him in just the first sector on this lap. So we have a race, everybody, in LMP2.
Yeah, getting an onboard from this Alpha Racing car right now would be really cool to see how big the difference is actually between the, let's say, the older softs and the new ones. It's absolutely insane when you have, let's say, double stinted softs or triple stinted even. Softs versus a completely brand new set, taking out the best part of half a second in half a lap on Jules Neal in the G League Esports Elite team. Down to 7/10. It was on the opposite side of 2 seconds when we opposite side of 3 seconds when we came out of the Code 80. So he's really, really on the move right now.
Undoubtedly. So yeah, the contest between the head-to-head teams in the championship, it may not be the representative fight between them, knowing that the free pit stop has helped out the Alpha Racing team hugely, to be honest. So let's bear witness to see if there's a chance for our positions to change. So here we go. Your wish has come true now, Dennis. Kutzak on board, pursuing Jules Neal for second place. These two are absolutely incredible teams. They've had one or two downtimes, I suppose. Yeah, the Alpha Racing team didn't fare well compared to their usual standard at the United States round. So they're doing what they can really to close down, whereas G League Esports Elite didn't fare nearly as well as they normally do back in the season opener at the Algarve round. So with lap traffic in the way, Kutzak, he's going to really close in now. Dennis, this is huge.
Yeah, coming up to the Porsche curves where Alexis will for sure have the upper hand in terms of tires. Jules didn't lose as much time as I'd expected there in traffic, but he's able to keep the gap a little bit open there. But surely through the Porsche curves, he's not going to be able to keep it open like that.
Using every inch of track here through the Porsche curves, Kutzak, yeah, he's just so confident now. He's got that belief within him now.
A quarter Ferrari just coming out.
Oh, the wrong time. Yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. And that could be the final signal that Jules Neal will be losing second position on the road. Through the fourth chicane they go now to complete their 25th lap into lap 26. And this is building into a mighty fine first third of the race, Dennis. What can Jules Neal do about this, to be honest?
Yeah, so Alexei Kutzak with a 27.8, so also catching around 9/10 per lap on the leader. So the gap is certainly coming down. Actually, both Jules Neal and Alexei Kutzak lapping faster than the leader on the last lap. Both getting caught in traffic here by the Mercedes. Alexei Kutzak all the way up under the rear wing of Jules Neal's in the G League Esports Elite car. Coming onto the straight, he might have kept a little bit too close through the Tête Rouge, losing just too much downforce, just bring him out of that crucial slipstream range. Alexei Kutzak could execute a bit of a qualification mode here to get closer, but I think he should opt to actually just do his own race at the moment. Like I said earlier, he's a bit off cycle, so he's not really fighting them on track at the moment. They will be pitting on 2 different laps unless Alexei wants to cut back into the original strategy and just go for qualification map all the way through. But I think the best way for him to do it is just to do his own race and try to execute these 10-11 lap stints all the way through. So perhaps not too keen on starting the battle, but if the position comes easy, then for sure he will take it.
Exactly, yeah. So that lapped car was none other than GT3 class leader Miguel Cardozo. So yeah, of course he's super quick, but he just came up at a difficult moment for these two drivers, and now this will be one of the cars on the off cycle really in GT3. So it's not so bad now that they're on the Mulsanne. But this is excellent, to be honest, from Jules Neal, getting really stuck in, knowing he has had the brakes go his way as well as some difficulties. So yeah, Kutzak's advantage may be running out a little bit. Certainly in the second sector, Niels has pulled out 0.3 of a second to negate a lot of that gain time.
Yeah, he's still lapping quite fast, Jules Neal. So we also have to remember that he is a fresh driver in that car for this stint. So his tires will surely be not as good as Alexei Kutzak's, but they are still relatively fresh compared to the leaders. But still, maybe just having to get into the groove a little bit there. Getting into the groove of Le Mans is certainly not easy. You're not getting much of a racing feeling until you get to the first chicane, really, and it's a long straight. Just to get into the rhythm might take some time here. but it certainly seems that Jules Neal is finding his feet and starting to lap faster and faster.
Yeah, so the second wind here definitely propelling the G League Esports Elite car further away from Kutzak, who will perhaps feel his moment. It was definitely within his grasp, and it just fell away from him. But yeah, there's still plenty more action where that came from. But yeah, certainly compared to where they were before the Code 80, they are certainly in play, and they should definitely take a lot of confidence as they cross the line themselves, trying their best to keep within striking distance of LaRue in the lead. So they are just missing out, I think, by a couple of tenths a lap when it comes to LaRue and his exceptional opening stint to this 1,000 kilometer race. So yeah, we have our top three. They are pretty settled down now, but certainly Marchand in the OSR rookie car cannot be dismissed either. He's doing extremely well. He's got an incredible gap over Lergo and Capi de Bayon as well in 5th and 6th. So yeah, the OSR rookie team, they are absolutely within play here, but they'll need one or two things to transform their race as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and also, yeah, quite a few battles going on down the order here. We have the two cars here, LMP2s, threading their way through the GT3 traffic. There are almost 3 cars in the gaggle now, coming out of the Porsche curves. Stefano Zanoni really trying to hold the gap, but also in front we see a bit of a fight there, getting through the traffic, actually getting held up a little bit, which is the RHI car in front of Stefano Zanoni in the RHI car, getting held up a little bit by the GT3 Mercedes here, and that gap came down quite a bit, so we are almost back to a full car battle here.
Yeah, so that'll be Roy Ton in the 06 car, the Boyd Transport Racing car. So they are a competitive runner, so it is certainly one that will respect the blue flags when necessary, but they have a race of their own to deal with. So as these battlers here, Fabrice Epod also trying his best for Electrons Libre after he took over the car. So Rick Neo was driving the car in the first stint, but now it's his teammates' turn to have a go. And this battle for 12th in class, potentially 11th in class if things go very well for either the 71 or the 22 or the 71. They will be encouraged if they can potentially put the 122 under pressure.
Yeah, certainly under pressure now. The RHII team obviously under pressure now from 2 cars, and they have another 4th car looming there in the background, just to reiterate that if we start fighting too much, this guy's going to catch up and we are going to have a 4-way battle on our hands. Not something that they'd want to have, but they're a little bit out of reach from P9, which is about 18 seconds up the road from them right now. So these guys are certainly trying to get that 11th position. So let's see if the 2 RHI cars will work together against the Electrons Libres team, but they are looking very strong down there in 13th. With the yellow and orange car in shot at the moment, not the orange car in 2nd position here in shot. They are looking very strong, and they have been gaining quite a bit of time in the last few laps here. Let's see what they can do with this position on track.
Absolutely. So yeah, comparing sector time, it was perhaps a difficult one for Zanoni in the RHI Racing Heart Italia car, so he could be caught up rather than being able to overtake. But now they've reached Enzo Agelimo in the OSR Academy BMW. He has now got the chance to yield to all the drivers before the entry into Porsche curve. So there we go, perfect, absolutely spot on there, and it allows the battle between the Electrons Libre car and the RHI car to continue on. There you go, lovely camera shot there, just over the crash barrier. But if anything, yeah, Kramashi has done a pretty commendable job here to get this gap back over second over his teammate. Is there any threat of making a move into the Ford chicane for the Fabrice E-Pod led car? Seems not likely, to be honest, but yeah, he's getting closer. Another thing to note is race leader LaRue has found the biggest opening on circuit compared to everyone else. Borja Ori in the number 315 BMW is the only car in the way of second and third place in LMP2. So once they catch and overtake him, then they will also have the chance to have free roam of the Circuit de la Sarthe and get their best possible lap times logged as we get back on board. This is crucial now. The Electron Libre car in the chance of the best chance so far. Make a move, he will get the overspeed, and the right, left, right chicane coming thick and fast now. Let's see if he can now pull to the necessary side he needs before the braking zone. So he follows the racing line, and E-Pod has made the pass and can now try and catch up nice and quickly to Kramashi.
Yeah, absolutely textbook move there by Fabrice, getting it done on the RHI car. Now starting to catch up to the other one. Let's see if it's. It seems like Sanoni dropped back just enough for him to let's say breathe and focus forward towards the other car. But certainly a great battle between these three cars.
Yeah, it will certainly compete nice and strongly as yeah, certainly the opportunity for the fresh driver in Fabrice. He'll be doing his utmost to close down this gap, and so far so good with another strong sector time. He's really pulling in half a second or thereabouts as there we go, the number 3 Ferrari should cooperate there, absolutely no problems. So yeah, this battle will definitely resume on and on, but yeah, certainly to have the opportunity to lap this well so soon into the first stint for Fabrice is really strong to see. He's getting so close, but it doesn't seem to be the case. But we now have a replay stored of the reason why we no longer have Enzo Locatelli in the race. So let's give that a look when possible. There we go. This is the OSR car.
Yes, coming into the second chicane here. Let's see what's happening.
A little bit laggy there now. Begins. Oh yeah, that's just really unfortunate.
Control, hitting the outside barrier quite hard there. Oh, it's a really nasty impact. So right rear corner and rear wing off the car. So certainly not an impact that you'd want. Yeah, a big hit. Unfortunate for them. We have one of the cars diving into the pit lane here. Which one was that?
It's Blue Racing Team, so they are the number 168.
Yes, but I think was it also one of the RHI cars there diving in just in front of the
yeah, Kramashi, you're correct.
Yes,
Kramashi pits. That allows E-Pod to have a genuine hold of P10 for the moment, so he's overtaken both the Racing Hearts Italia cars in about 2 minutes apart, so that's a really good showing.
I want to say that is a lap too early, actually.
Maybe.
For one reason, I don't know. It just feels, yeah, they're a bit off cycle here, so yeah, yeah, will be interesting to see. But then we should see the RKT car I do not believe we are expecting a pit stop from them before lap 31. So let's see what the story is here. Could be track limits. Did we have? Didn't they just drive through? I think they just drove through, so it could just be a drive-through penalty for track limits, perhaps.
Goodness, yeah, it's a horrible moment in any endurance race to have a drive-through penalty. It's so costly, and it does ruin about 4 or 5 minutes of your performance, because you've got to get back up to speed. Your temperatures may drop in the drive-through, and you could emerge in an area of traffic, and then you've got to just get the calming message in the ear. Just say, okay, pick it up again, and then finally, when you're completed your compromise lap, then you can start to push again. Yeah, that's just so frustrating to potentially get a drive-through penalty, but we will double check that and make sure that was for track limits.
But also very early to get penalties. I mean, it's a 75 lap race, and we're only on lap 30. So if that's the style, they're gonna have another drive-through penalty in about 30 laps time as well. So a bit too early to let's say go for these things, because if it's gonna be, let's say, the trend throughout the LMP2s that they will end up with drive-through penalties for track limits, then you'd almost ought to be a little bit on the safer side just to avoid this drive-through penalty, because it is quite costly. It's around 15-16 seconds, I believe, if I remember correctly, to just do the drive-through alone on this quite long pit lane.
Yes, indeed, and just a little bit of news back in the leaders of the LMP2. Jules Neal is pumping in some exceptional lap times at the moment. He is quicker than leader LaRue, 1.5 seconds faster in the most recent lap. If that carries on, then undoubtedly the potential of those old softs, if the timing is correct on Neal's car, that'll really put the spanner in the works for RKT competition, who have not had to concede the lead since they've held it. So yeah, their opportunity to dominate not going exactly to plan at the moment, but we'll see what tricks they have up their sleeves, Dennis, and to make sure that they can potentially fight back when it's their chance to peak in the lap time. So yeah, we'll see. Definitely Neal's lap times are absolutely exceptional at the moment.
Yeah, so my notes here tell me that Jules has actually pitted 4 tires when they did the driver swap, while Michael LaRue is still on the, let's say that this is effectively a triple stint soft set. So Jules Neal will be on a newer set, which was also why we saw just a burst from Alexei Kutak being able to keep up for those 2-3 laps that he when he had managed to get the free pit stop, which is probably why we also see him dropping back a little bit now, just getting out of the peak of the soft tires. So Jules Neal will be on a new set, so I'm expecting Michael LaRue to take a long stop next time around, and Jules Neal will stay on this set of tires. So we are still expecting the leaders to change tires, so he will be on a relatively old set of softs at the minute.
Right, yeah. We are getting further and further into the race. Lap 30 for leader LaRue, so not quite halfway just yet, but we are definitely closing further and further into that target. Yeah, we will be getting more and more potential narratives for the race as it carries on. We will see what can evolve here. As I say, in GT3 class as well, they're reasonably close. It's not a case of the second place car needing to pump out quality lap times to keep this race competitive. GT3 is proving nice and compact, with 4 cars all within about 30 seconds of each other.
Yeah, so this battle for 11th keep glooming around for us in here, and it's now Eduardo Cunha who is fighting with Stefano Zanoni. Zanoni not really able to execute really on the pace of the LMP2, might just be a bit off with the tires at the moment, but certainly dropping a bit down According to his initial position here, Eduardo Cunha is looking very, very tasteful at this 11th position at the moment. Really trying to stay close to Stefano, trying to get this overtake done for 11th position. And he's also been
a bit deep.
Oh, that's very deep and very close to that wall there on the exit of Anash.
Yeah, but as you say, Dennis, to just briefly interrupt you, yeah, it is really important for the AJR home at Porto team just to use this opportunity that they've got and get themselves within reach of the top 10. It's closing further and further in. But yeah, making this pass is so important. Through the final sector they come, and yeah, definitely the cornering speed from Cunha, it's so better than Zanoni. But yeah, the RHI car could be potentially able to put in some blocks as we slow down now for the Ford chicane.
Yeah, a couple of cars coming into the pit lane now. So the OSR rookie team, SRG team 1 and 2 into the pit lane, and this is expected to be a short stop for them.
It should be nice and brief service. Getting on the road as quickly as possible. But yeah, AGR and RHI now benefit, and they're both promoted to 8th and 9th positions. They'll come across the GT3 lap traffic in just a moment, but they should not have any significant issues. Hopefully, if they can deal with it before Tetra Rouge. And unfortunately, that's got to be close. Yeah, beep beep. Is the signal from Zanoni and Cunha as well. It goes too hard, unfortunately. He saw the opening and he slides wide, burning up those nice tires. It's a shame, really.
Yeah, it's a shame. He had a little bit of a, let's say, contact coming out the SS on Zanoni's rear end. So it's just let's get moving sort of touch, and then another one in Tetra Rouge just on the wrong corner of his car, causing him to spin out. Very unfortunate, and that's gonna, like you said, really hurt those nice soft tires here. And I hope not that he has any suspension damage. The cars are quite weak on the suspension, and the toe can get knocked out of whack pretty easily, and something fall him on. You do not want any toe in of any sort of on the front end, as it costs you a lot of speed down the straight. But it looks like it's driving more or less in a straight line here, so perhaps not too much damage on that car.
Yeah, and let's welcome our interviewee from the OSR rookie team, Romain Marchand. So Romain, welcome to the booth. How do you think your stint went? Looking very strong so far, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty good. We have a strategy different from this other one, so we will see after. But from now, we are confident.
Yeah, and just as we have you in here, the leaders are coming into pits, so definitely a chance for Victor in the 21 to try and make up some time, particularly against Capri de Bayon.
Yeah, but we only change tires like this one when we change drivers, so they have maybe tires, so one seat tire, so we'll be faster on this stint. But next one we will be maybe a little bit slower.
Okay, so you're a little bit off cycle compared to the other cars.
Yeah, they've changed tires before the Code 80 and they put again fuel during the Code 80.
I see. Okay, so your tires will actually be very old by the end of the next stint. Okay, yeah, okay, that's interesting. All right, but I think that's not a bad strategy for the end of the race for sure.
Yeah, we know our pace is a little less than the others, so we are going to try with less pit and less tire change. So let's see where we go with that.
So where do you plan to be at the end of the race? What's the target here? Of course, a win is always the target, but the, let's say, the realistic target for your strategy at the moment. There has been a few cars that were a bit compromised, let's say, by the Code 80. Were you affected by that at all?
I think we can fight for maybe top 5. Win will be very difficult. The J League and RKT They are really fast. Alpha Racing Team also really, really fast. So yeah, top 5 we will be happy, but everything can happen.
Yeah, indeed. But unfortunately, it was an early end for your senior team, the number 19 car. Enzo Locatelli, unfortunately, had a crash that destroyed the rear right of his car in this very chicane I think we're looking at on board. So, would he be getting any intel from the team that unfortunately can't race anymore?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I'm focused on my race, and we will see after.
Yeah, fair enough. Otherwise, any other questions, Dennis?
No, I'm good for now.
Perfect. Yeah, Roma, really appreciate your time and best of luck for yourself and the OSR rookie team.
Thanks.
For your time.
Good luck.
Best of luck. Best of luck.
Bye.
So, the thing I said about Jules Neal getting this free pit stop. Sorry, hold on. They had having not to change tires. So I believe Rémi Delorme is now in the RKT competition, and he has actually lost the on-track lead to the G League Esports Elite team. But these two are currently in a fight, and the RKT competition car will be on a fresher set of tires compared to the G League Esports. So let's see how this pans out. But that Code 80 really did hurt RKT competition. It sort of threw a bit of a spanner in the works for them with their triple stint strategy here on tires.
Neil picked up a little bit of grass there in Porsche's memorable curves. So yeah, let's see if Remy Delorme can put this RKT competition car back into its, in the team's opinion, the rightful lead that it had on the championship leader, G League Esports Elite. So side by side for a brief flash there, but nevertheless it was good defense from Neil to overcome that undesirable run on the grass, and now he's been caught on the start-finish straight. Coming across now the Dunlop curve. They'll be sticking side by side as long as possible before the chicane. And on the inside, as Delorme made it stick. Looks like he has, yes.
It's a very good move from RKT competition here, Remy. But at the same time, G League Esports, they really have to fight for this position now, because it's absolutely crucial that they keep this car close to them for this stint. Because once they get the new tires on again, they will be in the same position on lap 53 or something in that region when I expect them to change tires again. So this is the effective fight for the lead of the race at the moment we're looking at. So G League really has to fight for this position with everything they've got. It's the last stint on their tires, and they absolutely need to put the pressure on for RKT.
Absolutely, yeah. The championship is on the line. The number 34 Alpha Racing Team car in the lead currently. Certainly they're close in the championship, but not quite close enough. Need to swing 20 points, I suppose, if there is a tiebreaker involved. They would have to swing 20 points to guarantee the title, but it is going to be really difficult at this moment in time. If it was to end like this, it would come down to fractions, really, so close in the championship. But yeah, this is so important now as more GT3s are in the way. And let's see down the end of the Mulsanne if there is a chance for the position to change back in Jules Neal's favour. Now that they do have how much clear air they have? Yeah, they've decent clear air now with Jurgo in the Elite 2 car for G League. They are separated by 15 seconds, so they have that area of the track all to themselves now.
Have to stay close to this car. It's elemental for their race to stay close to this RKT competition, because we have to remember that they are on that fresh set of rubber. So if the G League car are able to stay close with them, it does mean effective race lead for him. We know that obviously the old softs are slower than the new ones, so this stint is absolutely crucial for the G League Esports car. They have to stay close to Remy in order to have any chance to fight for this win.
Absolutely, and thus far Delorme has now pulled out some of a gap again as they head into the Porsche curves for yet another lap. And yeah, it seems like the RKT competition car is now working as beautifully as possible. So we'll check out the lap times as they cross the line. Jules Neal hitting a few of the sausage curbs on his right hand side. But now into the forward chicane they'll come. Separated now by just over 1.5 seconds. So crossing the line now. First it's Delorme. That lap time is 3:27.8. More cars pits. We do have a jumble of the order there. Copy to Bayon pits and Jorgo pits. So this is now a podium battle. We'll see. Yeah, Jules Neal lost about half a second there. They were evenly split in the second sector, but yeah, the advantage definitely helped Delorme pull away, and Jules Neal has to regroup as best as he can. A replay of Eduardo Cunha, as we saw on board with him previously, as lap traffic affected his battle with Zanoni. Can deal with it before Tetra Rouge. Exactly what happened. So yeah, and unfortunately,
yeah,
car was,
that's got to be close.
RHI car was blocked.
It's a signal from
BMW,
Zanoni
then
and Cunha as well. It goes too hard. Unfortunately, he saw the
Rouge,
opening and he slides wide,
on him,
burning up those nice tires.
Unfortunately, brought the AJR home at Porto car off the circuit briefly before he was able to rejoin. So really, just one of those moments that you think, yeah, I've got to do it for the chance to really make my team benefit. But unfortunately, it's backfired on him, and he has fallen quite a way back since. So that's certainly not end of the road just yet. We resume our onboard coverage here of Jules Neal as more GT3 lap traffic comes by. To be precise, that may have been there. I have to double check. Just the little timeline. We've got to let the field spread just to confirm who's who. So it might have been Berzhikov, I think. Could very well have been Berzhikov, yeah, I think it was. In the Corvette for the Team Phoenix, who are also trying their best to stay competitive in the championship finale in GT3 class. But it is still the number 58 Visceral Esports Mercedes leading the way in the GT3 class. So any hopes of the championship suddenly landing in the laps of Team Phoenix, they're not looking too promising thus far. But yeah, that is still motivation to carry on and see what may or may not happen. Now let's rejoin the teammates. They're back on track together. Lazzarini and Zanoni for Racing Heart Italia. Let's see if there's going to be a swap, either through polite means or if they're going to go head to head in competition. But yeah, it seems like that's a straight giveaway. Zanoni has made the pass clean as a whistle, and Lazzarini he was about 2 seconds slower on the last lap. So yeah, it does make a lot of sense that the quicker car within the organisation gets the priority, and now they'll try and help each other in the remainder of the Mulsanne. Their job is to perhaps catch up again to Cunha, who has ways to try and catch up to Johan Leblanc in the Blue Racing Team's 168. So that's the story of our battle for the remaining LMP2s on the lead lap. Anything, the race leader still has a ways to go to catch up to these guys and put them a lap down.
Again, just out of picture, the Alpa Racing team took their pit stop and now 18 seconds back from the leader.
Yeah, so RKT Competition have their lead back officially on the road. But, as the stint will roll on, there is a chance for the championship leaders, the G-League Esports Elite team, to perhaps fight their way back. So just at the moment they have to keep to the target lap times. It's not really a case of matching Delorme necessarily. They just need to draw up their target and match it each and every lap, so that when it's their turn to be the quicker of the two competitors, then they can put them under pressure for a change. That is still up in the air, and there is still plenty more racing to be done here in the 1,000 kilometer series here by RFRO. We'll leave the battle running here between the two RHI cars for the time being. They've got a Corvette behind them, so that would be likely be the Berzhikov number 83 still. So they'll be doing their utmost to stay the course and do their job in the class, because they have another 7 seconds to catch up to the Concept Motorsport car now driven by Daniel Baiva for a chance at the top 5 in class. But of course, there's still a ways to go. And if anything, fair play to Boyd Transport. I mentioned them a few times. They are second on the road in class now, having qualified outside their target. I suppose top 5, they were well outside it. And now goes one of the BMWs, yielding to Lazzarini. I think that was Jerome Metral in the number 51 BMW. But no, it wasn't that one. That was a different one. It's the which one would it be? Double check that one for you. Just trying to find the exact one. Yeah, it was João Botelho. That's the car classified last on the road of the remaining entries. But yeah, there is a retirement in front of them. The number 81 Ferrari. And GT3 is out of the race. The Iceberg Sim Racing team, they're now out of the race. The blue and white Ferrari will not make it to the checkered flag, unfortunately. So Botelho has the chance to overtake him and gain a position on the road. But yeah, that's 27th overall and last of the remaining GT3s, I'm afraid. And indeed, we have confirmation that the 1,000 kilometers series season 5 will be starting up, similar enough to what we've had in this season 4, but they will be producing hypercars to make even more fascinating competition. So the calendar, I can see it's Bahrain in the 21st September, Road America the 16th of November, Interlagos the 14th of December, Shanghai 25th of January 2025, then over to the UK for Silverstone on the 15th of March, Spa-Francorchamps on the 19th of April, and then a special event on the 24th of May, not exactly revealed just yet, Dennis, so we'll have to wait and see what that might be. And then Le Mans, 364 days away. That'll be the finale for season 5 on the 21st of June 2025. So it is great to see the championship carry on for another year. Yeah, we'll definitely look forward to seeing you all again, perhaps in that season 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Always wonderful to see these sim racing championships bloom, and will be very interesting to see with the addition of the hypercars with their hybrid systems and everything completely throwing off, let's say, the more traditional LMP2 cars, which is just, well, I say just plug and play. There's still a lot of strategy to be done, but there's a whole another dimension to it when you add in these hypercars.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see. Of course, yeah, there are plenty of teams in this championship that are not present today, so yeah, we may see certain teams move up the categories. They might be tempted to go up, or else they might stay as they are and try and win the championship. They feel some of the teams above them are just a step above. Maybe they'll think we can pick up a trophy if we stay with what we know. So yeah, we'll know all about that as things go. So yeah, it is really nice to see more and more of this RFRO series, and yeah, plenty of drivers I'm sure will give it their best shot, whether if they're experienced teams or if they're brand new. So again, we look forward to more action in the 2024-2025 calendar season there. So now on board with Borja Ori for Enduro Sim Racers 2 in the purple to blue gradient BMW. So he's just following along. He's got to do minding his mirrors to ensure all the laps, the lapping LMP2s get by. And yeah, what needs to be done is just to stay 1.5 seconds or better in the battle for 9th. So the Mercedes, the Alf team number 60, currently piloted by Antonio João Loureiro. There's a potential for a battle there as they cross the line to complete their laps. If anything, Loureiro in the Alf team Mercedes gained 3 seconds there. So yeah, very competitive second sector in particular for the Merc compared to its national rival, the BMW. But yeah, it's still important to see Ori try and stay on target and make sure he can stay in the view, and knowing that he has plenty of distance over the cars behind. He's completed Tetra Rouge. Now we move over to the car behind. That is 11th in class, João Bastos. Unfortunately, must have made a mistake. So that was the cause of the yellow flags, unfortunately. Thankfully, he is able to carry on, and he lets through the SRG team. He's allowed them through, and now he's got the car back, pointing in the correct direction. Yeah, the same racing guys, and they won't be too concerned about that. Able to get on with their job, and they'll move on uninterrupted.
Yeah, he seems like he lost it a bit through the Porsche curves as it came into shot. He was just on the inside of the curve on karting, so perhaps a spin through the long right hand of the Porsche curves caused him to be a little bit offline. Quite a scary place to go off there because most of the cars are doing north of 200 kilometers an hour coming through there, so not really a place you want to be standing sideways. But it does look like he has an issue with the car sliding quite a bit on that left rear. Perhaps quite old tires at this point. He's currently on medium tires, and if he's done the... Sorry, I am wrong. He is on hard tires, so if he's not yet, let's say, changed those tires, those will be quite old on the Porsche, where most of the let's say the weight is on the rear. So it will be quite a slidey experience for him.
Yeah, the Porsche with the rear engine as well. That's an extra factor to think about, knowing how certainly the reputation of old Porsches were for tail spinning into the nearest tree if you put too much power into them. But the modern 911s are certainly well behaved when you treat them properly. So yeah, João Bastos will just have to do what he can, knowing that he needs a few sudden bits of bad luck to happen to cars in front of him to stand any chance. The number 666 Ferrari has pitted, so speed.exe taking service now, so that could allow the likes of the Boyd Transport team through. There you go. Sarcelli's will be trying their best to close in, but it's going to be tight. So not too worrying thus far for Speed EXE. They are strong contenders for a top 5 finish in the GT3 class. So if they can stay 7th in class after a full pit stop, then that'll be really promising for them. And a fun fact just from our friend Charles in the liaison, on current race pace, the number 72 would have completed a lap time that was worth P10 overall in qualifying. So that is remarkably quick, considering the tires couldn't possibly be at the same peak in race trim compared to qualifying, for example.
And he is still setting purple sectors in Sector 1.
Unreal, absolutely unreal for Remy Delorme. So he's following along from the quality of his teammate LaRue. So absolutely outstanding stuff. And it's unfortunately time to let Dennis bid adieu for this afternoon, but it's been absolutely wonderful to have you, Dennis. Your experience with sim racing and real life racing is proven invaluable to the broadcast, and I hope everybody following along in the Tuned TV official stream here on Twitch have enjoyed your time and company. So Dennis, any final thoughts before you have to go?
No, it's been wonderful to see some sim racing on this beautiful Saturday, and obviously we have had some really strong racing so far. I'm sure you've not seen the last of it. I think I just dropped some notes off here in the commentary booth, and I think we have quite an interesting show to look at towards the end of the race here. So I think a lot of interesting stuff will come up for you here and to talk about.
Yes, without a doubt. So halfway there, I believe. We're just past the halfway point now. So Dennis, thank you very much for your time. It's been brilliant, and I hope to see you all again very soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and enjoy the rest of the race, guys. Good luck.
Thank you. There we go. Dennis has now left the booth, and he'll get on with his day. So we'll stay very much in the broadcast with you now, as we have Mercedes of the ALF team, number 60, ready to pick. Also have Blue Racing team getting the LMP2 Orca brought in for tire changes and everything, so those notes will come in handy for the remaining half of the race. So yeah, back on the road here for Antonio Ferreira, and he will fall behind the Enzo Sim Racers 2 team. Definitely more where that came from for the AMG. So yeah, as we will now look at the leaderboard again, just to see if anything is brewing away from the pit lane. If anything, yeah, Team Phoenix GT3 getting quite competitive for RFRO 8, so we may see that in just a moment. Yeah, a gaggle of cars as well for the race leader to contend with, Delorme and his blistering lap times that would have gotten a top 10 grid slot if he performed them in qualifying. He may have to put the brakes on that for just a moment. So as we're on the Mulsanne, following along with Ferreira. Yeah, be quite in the middle. So race leader in view there. There's the RKT competition, getting the flashlights on, wanting the cooperation of Paiva, first of all. We go into the chicane, comes Delorme, and you can just see how he is aggressive on the curbs, making sure the maximum time is completed here, and he'll now he'll power through with the superior straight line speed here, and that will get him nicely through the Mercedes Ferreira's. So he's now free to compete again before he catches up to Johan LeBlanc in 13th position in the LMP2. This is now his chance to try and stick close to his purple lap times. A new fastest lap of 3:25.1 last time around. So I don't know if he'll be able to keep up with that after lapping some cars, but you definitely want to put more pressure on Jules Neal, who's falling further and further behind. Perhaps maybe time to pit in a short while. as Salt's plenty of Dennis's notes. RKT triple stinting, and G League on a regular standard double stint, so that's the difference so far, really. We have yellow flags in Sector 3. It could be anything of note that we may have picked up like we did earlier. Oh goodness, into Indianapolis there. It's a GT3 in the wall facing forward. It might have been a BMW. We'll have to wait and see who it could be. Jose Maria Montano in the 350. The bright pink, I think I saw. So we may sim racers. Yeah, so it was Montano going nose first into the barrier, Indianapolis, and that car is in dire need of some service. If he's just crawling along at the minute, so a variety of drivers will fast and quickly. You'll see the Ferrari, the number 3 Ferrari, get through. Team Phoenix as well, competing on the podium in its class, so getting by. But yeah, Montano, he'll need his pit crew on the double, really, to make sure this BMW can stay in the race after repairs. But that was the sort of thing I was talking about in the earlier parts with Ferreira, for example. He's now through for that position. The number 60 now appearing on our leaderboard. P10. Oh, awkward moment there. I think the blue racing car getting by. And now he's got to stay wide to let more LMP2s gain the position. So yeah, it's not enough for a code 80. The stewards are satisfied the car is not an immediate danger to the rest of the cars, so yeah, they can't just let the race back to full green flag conditions. Yeah, you can really tell in the cornering is just totally off on this BMW. Nowhere, no more telling if you can't make the braking zone for the pit lane properly. So yeah, that's gonna be a long service. Certainly well over a minute of repairs for that BMW coming up. And that could be really the end of any realistic chance of that team getting anything better than 8th place, really. So Speedy XC probably the team to watch, as they will try and make up time after they pitted earlier. So the signal the manager Serrano will be to keep that car alive in the race, make sure you get full service and everything done on it. Make sure it makes oh, maybe is that the have they decided too much to overcome? It is a DNF. Montano, despite the best intentions, retires, so he's the 4th DNF from our competition this afternoon. So unfortunately 4 cars out of the race, and that's the 3rd instance of a GT3 failing to make it to the end, so that's really disappointing for them. Yeah, really bitter blow, knowing it was just a simple driving error, or maybe something with the mechanics of the car letting him down. Indianapolis, a really brutal braking zone. The left turn on the crest as well, really down, really risky. So the right into the left, proving too much for the BMW, and it's out of the race. We go on board now with Lazzarini, who has been building himself up in this stint. He's caught up to Johan Leblanc in the Blue Racing Team car. So this is a battle for 12th position. These cars still, they're the first of the Orcas a lap down compared to the race leader DeLorme. So they'll be just starting lap 40 in just a moment. So yeah, really important for Lazzarini. His job. Maybe LeBlanc lost his previous lap. It's not displayed on the screen, so maybe he took too much turn. I think there's a pit stop for ePod. He performed well for the number 71. The Electrons Libre, they're going to drop down behind these 2 drivers now, as he will be just to the right in the pits there. But Lazzarini will see just how quick he is, as LeBlanc has a big job in his hands. So we'll see him cross the line. 3:32 that time. So I suppose yeah, Lazzarini had just pitted, so Lazzarini has the advantage of fresh tyres now. Neo Rick has taken control again. His second turn behind the number 71 car. Electron Libre actually remains ahead. So we may see a three-way battle soon enough if it takes a while for Rick to warm up those tyres. But here we go into Tetra Rouge once again. Oh, a lot of curb that time. Lazzarini getting a little overexcited there, and he's lost the optimal speed there, and LeBlanc will pull a few hundredths of a second away each and every moment here on the Mulsanne. So now he's just about a second clear before the braking zone into the first chicane. Let's see what can be done. Oh, he's understeering badly there. Yeah, you would have noticed that from a mile away. And LeBlanc, his reprieve has fallen apart here, and Lazzarini should be able to get the slipstream in the Eco Machinery in just a moment. Maybe the second chicane will come up too quickly for them, but definitely a chance into the right-hander at the end of the Mulsanne. That could be the demise of P12 for LeBlanc. He's totally off the boil now. Lazzarini's going to get him. Here we go. They'll take the gentle curve to the right. The inside line on these public roads is wide open, and this should be the RHI car through. And it's just a matter of time into the braking zone. They'll come. Here we go. The 1-2-2 in the RHII car. There we go. The pass is completed, so we got the onboard view of that. So unfortunately, in the straight lines, LeBlanc is still doing his utmost, but it's those cornering speeds that let him down. And Lazzarini on fresh tyres, and certainly the impetus after a pit stop has made the pass. And if there is any way to catch up to Rick Neo for 11th place, that would be encouraging. Now we've the SRG team. They've doubled up in the pits, so they're in the RHI car, the number 1-1, I think it is. Oh, sorry, no. HI. Checking my notes. It's the 22 car. Yeah, the 22 car pits. So I beg your pardon on that one. So the 22 pits, maybe potentially caught by his own teammate down the line. Kuna for AGR. Helmut Porto promotes himself to P7 now. It is Strugala in the SRG team 1 car who will have the chance to get to work and battle him for any positions that may appear. Yeah, so now we're heading into the finish, the completion of this lap for these two LMP2 entrants, and now RKT, they're into pit lane, so the triple stint for their team is coming to pass now. So G League Esports, with their bid to become champions, they respond. So it's going to be an equal fight all of a sudden here for the overall victory around Le Mans, with Delorme and Neil both pitting. Alexei Kutsak, knowing that he needs to heavily outscore the number 453 car, he will most likely stay out and take the lead for the temporary moment. There we go, through to the lead. It is Kutsak in the Alpha Racing team taking the lead, but he's got Jules Neal right behind him now, so Neal back on the road straight away. And Remy Delorme as well, also coming along, so that might be yeah, so we'll just double check those graphics for you in a moment, but yeah, it is for the race lead, and perhaps that's one of the G League cars a lap or just off cycle. It's definitely back to action for Delorme. So here's Delorme back out after the pit lane service. Yeah, so he's now, so he's got new tires on. This is his first out lap after coming into the pits, so he will be absolutely gunning for it as best as he can. He's got a 23-second gap to close compared to Kutsak. Kutsak will be completing the Mulsanne by this stage. Then Clement Jurgo for the Elite 2 team has stepped in to P3 while his teammate in the Elite team has come out with pits in P4, so they will be just out of camera shot there on the other side of the chicane. I saw a rookie, so we had a chat with Romain earlier, and now his team have another chance to get service completed and a driver change. I think Victor Brasselet is the new pilot in charge of the Eurostar rookie car. Now they get on, so that's their third driver on board. And now working through GT3, we have the onboard shot. Berger wanting to overtake Paiva for second in class, so this should be smooth as you like pass for the Chevy Corvette. Beautifully done. But Paiva should have a chance with the slipstream to respond with his 488 GT3, and he's going to take a look now. Berzhikov alert to that situation, and it's a direct swap back. The number 3 in position again. The Concept Motorsport WMB through again. But this is going to be a thrilling contest as they complete the next chicane on the Mulsanne. And what can Nicolai do about this? He's definitely got the pace. As more of the LMP2s are getting the pit lane, they're going to the pits for a visit for their latest service. Keeping an eye out, of course, on their tire choice. With the last portion of the race, really still plenty of racing to do, but if they can balance the soft tires with perhaps the chance to burn up some fuel a bit quicker now that they know what the car is capable of and what struggles that may need to be addressed, definitely be making use of that information. So yeah, more and more changes in the LMP2 class. But yeah, it's still Paiva and P2 for the Concept Motorsports team, and they have the track all to themselves at the moment. They're coming down to Indianapolis right now, and we'll do what needs to be done. So yeah, they have a long way to go to catch up to the Visceral Esports leader, but of course behind them it's a car off cycle, and we just have a little bit of information that RKT have taken 2 seconds out of the gap to first position the Alpha Racing team in just the first 2 sectors alone. So yeah, very, very impressive showing here from Remy Delorme, and we'll see if that form carries on into the 43rd lap around Le Mans for this afternoon. Yeah, this second place in GT3, it's looking stable at the moment after we saw them swap places on the Mulsanne. Let's witness any potential opportunity here for the Callaway Corvette in 3rd position in class. Yeah, they complete that lap time. Have a look to compare, and 4 minutes 0.1 for both of them, so it's just a 0.03 of a second better for Berzhikov that last lap. So absolutely exceptional stuff for these two, keeping it nice and clean. But the chance really to continue battling should be encouraged for these 2 cars, as they have such a healthy gap to 4th place OSR Academy. So there's plenty still to cheer for when it comes to the OSR junior teams after the departure of the lead LMP2 car earlier in the race. Enzo Locatelli crashed out. Here's Rick Neo and Fabrice Morelato, 9th and 10th on the road here for the LMP2. So Electron Libre and the Sim Racing guys team going to come to a head very soon. Moralato getting nice and tight now, but the fourth chicane, you'd want to be side by side already if you want to make a pass through this chicane. Slalom. Here they go. 1, 2. Now slowing down even more. 3 and 4. And definitely the SRG car looks really quick. Having taken to the pit lane not too long ago. And certainly in this third sector, 1 minute 33.98 in just that one sector alone, compared to Rick's 134.152. So it seems like as long as there aren't any sort of getting the red mist in the eyes, if that doesn't occur, then it should be a case of the quicker car behind being able to make the overtake. So through they go past Tetra Rouge. The opportunity to get slipstream should be coming. So look at the bottom right of your screens. The interval is shrinking, but of course now that they're within 0.2 of one another, Fabrice has to respond to anything that is done by the car ahead, and he just couldn't quite get alongside in the necessary time, but he's got momentum out of the first chicane and he'll try again. So he lost a 1/10 of a second under braking, but now he'll gain that right back with the slipstream. Let's see, is this going to be the second chicane? Anything different? No, he's peaking again with the last opportunity before he needs to get back on the racing line. He's wobbling a little bit, so yeah, that could be a little bit of loss of time again, as we see White Spirit come to the pits, followed quickly by the Elite 2 team for the G League Esports. So they have 2 cars. Look, they've got plenty of interest, but yeah, now very close with Moralato. He's just within. He could reach out and touch the rear wing of the Electron Libre car. Oh, they're going to get close to the cycle lane there and towards the barrier. Side by side they go on the run towards Indianapolis. The Corp du Golf just passed by earlier, and now into Indianapolis they'll come. And still Rick defends with gusto, and he's doing everything he can just to make his car as big as possible. And a wobble there that puts Moralato out of sync there, and he's lost half a second alone there, as there is a car preparing to move out of the way for a blue flag. That is for you at the moment, but yeah, it is a GT3 and it's a Merc. So just in the end of the lap there, it's, might be Leonardo Alves in the number 38. He gets out of the way in time. Oh, sorry, that might have been the number 6. That for you again, just to be sure. That one. Unfortunately, didn't quite catch who it was, but they're through for another lap, and yeah, big advantage now for Neo Rick to pull away by over 2 seconds there. So the third sector proving crucial in his defense of his position. More lap traffic in the way. It was the Boyd Transport car, I think that's what it was, the 206 Boyd Transport. Here they got the Mercedes out of the way. And they're back on the Mulsanne. I think if there's any more battles going on there, certainly a few cars reasonably close there. A lap down in LMP2. Chambuz and Rui Pedro Vieira nice and close. on lap times there, but yeah, that's for 13th overall. We'll now move back over to what we were enjoying earlier in the coverage. P2 in GT3 on the line here. Daniel Paiva versus Nikolay Bezrikov. Ferrari number 3 against Corvette number 83. And that's the BMW Tour 12th in class there, just in the way, needing to be pulled over for blue flags. And they're closing in more and more against that lap car towards Indianapolis. There's no reason for him to get out of the way. Oh, loose there's Paiva, and around the outside, Bezrikov is through for the second time in the last 10 minutes or so. But that could be more decisive because he now has the Porsche curves to himself now. He can guide these two competitors through the Porsche curves, and he can dictate the pace. Let's see what may happen now. He's getting very close here. Paiva, just a tenth of a second or 2/10 of a second before the first right-hander. And they're really pushing it nice and hard now. The potential to pull away here. Bezrikov definitely quicker in the corners. And Paiva's losing lots of time, unfortunately. Oh, over the sausage curbs they both go, taking every possible avenue that they can. And they will complete their latest lap. They're 5 laps down compared to the race leader, so they're on. They're just about to complete lap 39 to lap 40. Oh, and now they'll finally get the off-cycle BMW out of the way, crossing the line. That might be Botello. The Grow Racing team there getting another lap down by competitor for the GT3 class podium. And I think they've got their own concerns here. One of the LMP2s trying to split them apart. Here we go. That's Sim Racing guys, I believe. Yeah, SRG. Just getting through nice and comfortably without too much concern. Just in the background we can see another LMP2 trying to fight its way through, so it's perhaps 8th in class, says Anoni in the RHI car, so he's trying to keep up with the SRGs. Yeah, he's through on the chicane now. And it looks like Kutzak has pitted, so Alpha, their chance to win the race, their opportunity to do it will rely on this crucial final stint or thereabouts, the final 2 stints. Perhaps if they're going to swap drivers, now could be an opportune time to do it. Jules Neal overtakes their rival car in the championship. So yeah, there we go. Krustalev is now behind the wheel, so he'll get to lead the charge for his team in this final 25 laps or so. But now Paiva gained really quickly in this Mulsanne back half of the track, and he's gonna go around the outside before the braking zone. Contact door to door, and they're going towards the gravel trap. Oh my word, that was close, with indeed the RHI car getting through, but that is a big moment, a crucial incident in the competition for a GT3 class podium, and Paiva on the outside is worse off, getting deeper into the gravel trap. That is a huge moment. The clean racing between these two put under enormous stress, and we have a big collision, but thankfully they slowed down in enough time, and there's a close one there on the top of the screen with the bright yellow LMP2 trying to get through on blue flag orders. But my goodness, we'll definitely pull up a replay of that as soon as it's available. because that's a critical bust up in this LMP2 contest. The OSR Academy, they're going to be alert to that situation. Jerome Metral, he's going to make a great gain on these two competitors in this lap, and of course the health of the tires, the cosmetic damage on the doors, I don't think the worry will be there. It's more about the tires and how badly they've been flat spotted. As you can see now, he's got to let another LMP2 car through, and yeah, we're definitely going to follow up on that as soon as possible. You know exactly what happened there. Certainly the angle of our camera shot, it was the diagonal view. So let's see. Yeah, we have a replay incoming, and here it is, right on time. So Paiva on the outside and into back half of the track itself. He's gonna go around the outside before the braking zone. Chevy to yield at this point, but he wasn't going to do it, and then they both slide sideways into the gravel. That was close. And thank goodness no one else was taking the entry point of the corner at that time. So yeah, you can just see from that diagonal replay, it is a bit misleading because of how hard you've got to turn before actually hitting the brakes into Mulsanne corner. It could be judged as a racing incident, knowing the stakes are definitely really high for these two top running teams. But Team Phoenix, their ability to win the championship against Visceral may just have been dealt a critical blow there, knowing that they've lost so much more time that they can't afford to lose compared to their rivals in the Mercedes. So Concepts will feel that they themselves have a right to try and earn third place in the championship, with the boys transport team currently in 6th place. So yeah, they do know every point matters in the championship. So yeah, I do hope we get a fair judgment on that. But if it was up to me, I would call that a racing incident, because both cars have resumed. They're not terribly damaged in terms of their bodywork. So I would call that a racing incident in my opinion, but it is the final call of our race officials to decide if either of those drivers were driving rashly and unsportsmanlike. So we'll double check that if any news comes in. But yeah, the second and third place cars in GT3 class carry on, but the gap has now increased to 6 seconds, coming down to about 5 seconds. And so maybe it'll feel like Paiva, knowing that he had more gravel to dig through before getting back onto the circuit, he'll feel, you know, that was my great chance to get second place back, and it'll be really difficult now to get through the remaining stints. I know both drivers, they're on opposite tire strategies, so Bergikov on softs and Paiva has hard tires on board. So yeah, that could have been a determining factor as well, knowing Bergikov had the softer compound. He wants to make up time quicker in the stint. Now have a head-to-head battle for 9th and 10th. It's the resumption of this Rick and Moralato battle we saw earlier on before Rick pulled away, and it's come back to the forefront again. Half a second separated these two on their last lap, and certainly the gains are marginal now that they're tucked up with each other. With the GT3 car coming up right now, it could slow down Neo Rick. It will. That's the 80s, I believe, in class. So, let's see what can be done. Moralato again getting tight, but not able to pull up side by side. And now they're complete the lap times again. Maybe they're still on the lead lap, so they're on lap 47 now, and the lap's 2 seconds. 2 seconds gained for Moralato, 3-minute 28.8. Neo Rick 3-minute 30.2. So that explains the sudden closure of this battle once again. It's just half a second between them right now. The S's before Tetra Rouge. Pushing as hard as they possibly can. Oh, I could just see Rick and his front right tire, so he was angled a bit more to the right than he would have liked. And Moralato will sense that opportunity and he'll push with everything he's got. Coming up now to the first chicane. Oh, this could be awkward. There's one of the BMWs. So that will slow Moralato down quite significantly there. It might have been Remy Segrist for them. I'll have to double check that. We'll see for sure who that was, as the little dots on the timeline. Just, yeah, that was indeed Remy Segrist in the Sarcelli's racing team car. So they are just trying their best to best possible result there. Yeah, Sarcelli's are 8th in class, so they're still pushing along as best they can. The threat from behind, Antonio Ferreira, more than a minute behind in their battle for 8th and 9th. So yeah, Sarcelli's, they can look up with a little bit of belief, but yeah, that is a long way back for them as well. They have a long way to catch up to Marcelo Fortio in the Speed EXE car. So they're just kind of in their own race, doing what they need to do to finish up in the best possible outcome. And Rick, when he certainly has the impetus, he can push nice and rapidly to break the toe, and Moralato still has to stay composed and see what he can do. Checking out more lap times coming in, so race leader about halfway through the lap, so he may catch up to these in a little while, not necessarily at this moment, but certainly it could be potential in the next 20 minutes. He may be able to put them another lap. He may be, he will be a lap down for the first time. But leader, race leader so far, he's up to Rui Pedro Vieira in the the AJR Home at Porto team. But that's the next objective for the race leader, to put the Portuguese team lap down. Oh, Moralato, I think he was coming into the pits and he's picked up too much of the grass on his right hand side and he's spun it, blocking pit lane entry. And if he stalled the car, then this could be a code 80, because pit lane being blocked is a crucial safety risk. So there we go, he's just stopped in the middle of pit lane entry. Yellow flags out, so all the cars coming through, including the race leader, will be there on the scene in just a moment. Team Blue have actually gotten away with that. They're able to pit the car. They think a code 80 is coming. So Blue Racing Team have taken to the pits. Moralato just cannot get the car going. Hitting the wall with too much reverse throttle. More and more cars are just going to overtake him, so he's a lap down for sure now. And at last, there is a gap in the road, but surely he has to turn back into pit lane or else his entire lap is ruined. Potential, yeah, flat tire, well, certainly ruined tire rather than a flat. Yeah, he's crawling all to a stop again, so yellow flags. It's got to be double yellows really to warn any drivers who want to use the pits. The very compromised car is bouncing along suspension, perhaps getting even more strain put upon it. And yeah, that's a desperate blow to SRG. Their Team 2 car, of course, is 7th overall, so it's not doom and gloom just yet, but Moralato was 10th placed. That's all gone, so it is RHII coming up to 10th place in the road now, and I'm really concerned about the shape of that car. It'll be a similar situation to what we saw that brought Jose Maria Montano out of the race. They tried their best to drag the car home. It wasn't, in the opinion of the team, repairable to a suitable standard, so we'll see if SRG can drag this car home. Similarly there in the bottom left corner, Remy Sigrist has brought his number 95 into the pits for Sarcelli's. So we'll see if they can carry on. But driver change also coming into play there. Kevin Strugala will now try and recover whatever result is possible here for SRG Team 1 when that comes to the championship. Just double check where they are to see if there's risk of losing positions in the championship. So yeah, they're 5th in the championship, so they are very, very vulnerable to losing out if RHII can pull up some strong results. But yeah, on-off racing, 6th in the championship. They're not in attendance today, so they won't get a chance to overtake SRG Team 1 in the championship. It's up to the Racing Car Italia 2 team, I suppose you can call them, the number 122 car, that has a chance to gain the required points and climb up into 5th in the championship. But it would take a big swing if at all possible. But there we go, devastating moments as the 1,000 kilometers, we're getting closer and closer to the target, but mistake creep in as fatigue and the car wear and tear they play more and more into performance the further we go into the race. So it's devastating at least. Now we can take a look at the onboard shot. Brasselet for also a rookie, and their strong belief that they can try and be best of the rest away from the championship hunt. They are just a second behind Capi de Bayon in 5th position, the White Spirit team. They're putting in an excellent showing for themselves. What can be done as we head towards Mustang Corner. Yellow flags being played there in the LED screens, and then they pass the accident zone if there was one. So Brasselet, can he catch up to the number 16 and get himself back into the top 5? White Spirit by TX3, of course, they're trying to overtake RHII in the championship themselves, so that could be one to watch. They are currently on target to do so. If they hang on to 5th position or even 6th place, might be good enough just to gain the 9 points they need, barring any tiebreakers. Oh, that's slow on corner exit there out of Arnage. So Brasselet is really, really tight to him now. Let's see, before the Porsche curves, if he can slot in, follow the car in front just for a little while, getting closer and closer just before they have to slow down. And yeah, you can see they're both stable enough now. We've got the contest. Oh, the McLaren just in the way. That could force Capi de Bayon offline briefly. Thankfully, no contact was made. There we go. It is actually to Capi de Bayon's benefit that lap traffic came just as it did. So he's nearly a second clear again, but the braking zone will allow the very confident Victor Brasselet a chance to gain right back up on him. They're starting their own lap 50, so getting towards the 2/3 mark of the race completed. Heading into the Dunlop chicane for the two of them now. The spot on the track that they occupy is it's currently freed up, but they have Jerome Metral currently just out of sight. There we go. You can just about pick up the 3rd in class BMW and GT3, so they should be able to catch him right now when it's safe to do so. Alpha GP hit their McLaren, so they may have just seen the writing on the wall and thought, yeah, let's get into the pits. And Paiva, is he out of the race? Is that a DNF for the number 3? That might have been what we saw earlier with the number 3 out of the race. So they've lost all their incredibly hard work to stand on the podium. So as things stand, Metral is now on the podium, so we may need to get an update on what happened. One of our for GT3, the Concept Motorsport WNB team. They've been so competitive all day long, and that's the biggest name in a class thus far out of the race, and it's a mystery that we'll need to unravel as soon as possible. Rick Neo also pitting there for Electron Libre. Will be at risk of losing another position for the moment, so yeah, the 112 AJR Home of Porto are now ahead of them, but they can fight back with the right encouragement after getting the necessary changes completed. Just a lot going on now that Dennis unfortunately needed to leave and get on with his day, so I will do my best alongside Charlie to pick up as much tidbits as possible. And now we're into Indianapolis we go. Braking now, getting as much traction as possible, avoiding the gravel on the right. Again, Victor is having a look. Any possible overtake. And unfortunately that's coming, so the two of them are very equally matched now. They are stabilized. Captain Bio quicker in the second sector as well, so it's pulling out to about half a second each and every lap. Ooh, could have been close to an understeery moment, and now Victor, yeah, he really senses the White Spirit car is struggling a little bit, and now they'll get past the second in class in GT3 there, or sorry, that might be Diogo Silva, the leader, and now Brasselet decides to pit. Brasselet pits. Oh, and he's missed the chicane as well. Oh, he thankfully just about stopped before rejoining the racing line, so this pit lane entry proving very difficult for cars on worn tires. So that is a big boost to White Spirit's chances, and the OSR rookie team were really impressive in their early runnings. They'll now have to get themselves jigged up and have to try again with the race now coming into its conclusion, with about perhaps another hour and a bit of full throttle racing to go. So there we go. Mistral, he should be just about within reach of making an overtake. I know he's actually pitted as well, so Fabrice Mistral has noticed the opportunity to get on level terms with the OSR rookie team, and similarly enough the RHI team have pitted as well, so lots of action down in the bottom half of the top 10 in LMP2 class. We have Ferrari on Ferrari, I think this is, or is it no, sorry, it's McLaren and Ferrari again. So McLaren and Ferrari, they'll be getting nice and close together now. Less than a second to separate them. Oh, and the Alpha GP, McLaren goes wide. So he's lost his chance to catch up to Fortio in the 666 Speed.exe Ferrari. And that's a devastating one to say the least, but he can carry on. He will have lost nearly 3 seconds on that one. He'll complete the Ford chicane. And enough, and race lead comes in. Race leader overall, Remy Delorme pits. So Jules Neal, we haven't had a chance to talk about them in a while, but the championship leading team will inherit the lead for the time being. It was probably the right time for the 72 to pit, and now they pit as well, so it's a head-to-head contest still for the overall victory in the 1,000 kilometers from RFRO. Alpa Racing Team, they will be coming into the final segment of the lap soon. Will they stay out to throw a spanner in their works to battle for the win, potentially? Jaroslav Krustalev. He will stay on the road, so he has the chance to get very close to our top contenders, and he will jump them. He will jump them. Into the lead goes Jaroslav Krustalev. And we'll double check to see how those second and third place cars get on. Yeah, into Dunlop chicane comes Delorme. So Delorme will be about 8.5 seconds behind, growing a little bit more as the Alpha Racing team have full racing speed at the moment. Jules Neal, he's in for a long time at the moment, so that's a big service for them. They'll want to try and push out as long as possible, and they'll let their teammates in the Elite 2 car overtake them. So that's a driver change as well. Matteo Agatz from the very beginning of the race is now refreshed and ready to go again to complete the potential coronation of the champions at G-League Esports Elite. So we'll see if he can catch up. He's nearly a minute behind. Oh, a miss of the chicane there for Remy. Those tires perhaps not up to temperature just yet. Got to be cautious because that car, LeBlanc, he is of course a lap down compared to these guys, but he doesn't want any driver of his similar class to be distracting him after the tires may have failed to grip from there. I think he's got it under control after the second chicane. Yeah, Alpha Racing team gain another second, perhaps 2 seconds alone there in this outlap. But yeah, we know how rapid the RKT competition car has been all day. They've been able to tweak the setup to prime condition, and when it gets everything in order, they're able to absolutely leg it, and they still hold the fastest lap of the entire event. So the 3:25.1 benchmark has yet to be beaten, so we'll see if they can repeat that trick once again. And if I look at GT3 for a moment, Simon Kingsbury is gaining very, very well. He's overtaken Artem Chulayev in the Chevy Corp. The championship competing Team Phoenix lost position to Simon Kingsbury and the Boyd Transport Racing team. That could be really, really interesting in GT3 class, because those two teams, they're separated by 100 points, so it's not for championship honours, to be honest, for Boyd Transport, but the fact that they could get themselves into a shout of a podium after we lost the number 3 completely from GT3 class. So yeah, Jose Maria Montano eventually, when he can, will gain 10th place in class from the retired number 3 that was driven by Paiva at the time of his retirement. So yeah, there is 11 active GT3 cars remaining, but Simon Kingsbury, this is his best stint so far, and he's absolutely blasted clear of Shulayev in second place. So that Mercedes AMG working the best so far, with first for the championship leaders, Visceral Esports, and then of course they've got the Boyd Transport Racing team in second position. So that is absolutely incredible. So we'll see the lap times come through in just a moment to see how they're all getting on. Of course, yeah, Diogo miles clear of them thus far, but yeah, absolutely a crucial performance here from Kingsbury. And Kingsbury just absolutely pulling away, but I suppose that Shulayev may have been in the pits or something. Yeah, he put in a very slow first sector, so that could be telling if he was in the pits or not. And Bruno Sousa at the Concept Motorsport Honor Design team. They're currently in the pits, I believe, so they're just trying their best to make it to the finish. They're 2 laps down compared to their nearest rival, Strugala, alone, and 4 laps down overall. So the Concept Motorsports team just need to make it to the finish at this stage, and they're getting themselves recharged in the pit lane. Checking to see Remy Delorme and his bid to close the gap on the inherited lead. 4.5 seconds for Crustalef at the moment. So yeah, another second and a half, perhaps 2 seconds, has been gained here by Delorme in this lap alone as he goes through a queue of cars across the board. Tramboos in the 135 could be caught by the race leader soon. We'll see now into Indianapolis. Speed EXE Ferrari is there, and he'll get out of the way as soon as he knows what to do. There we go. 666 Ferrari in contention for top 5 at the moment. So currently 5th as things stand, but Alpha GP in another Mercedes AMG will be doing their utmost to catch up. I think they pitted recently enough. So now, yeah, Boyd Transport. They ran very strongly in that last stint, but they have to pit again. So they will lose their 2nd place on the road for the time being. OSR Academy should also jump up in there. Number 51 BMW. Be crossing the start finish line about now. There we go. Atral will now sit P3 in class. Now, here we go. Look at this lap time for Remy Delorme. It is a 3:25.3, so that entire deficit to Crustalef is all but shut down now. So there they are, head to head on the track. Ooh, small wiggles. Remy gets overexcited, but he has the perhaps the 0.1% target. He's just within 2/10 of the best lap of the entire race, and it could be all she wrote for Yaroslav in the temporary lead. So we'll see now onto the Mulsanne if he can use the top speed to give himself a reprieve in the number 34. First chicane now. Should have logged their first sector times. Indeed they have. So it was half a second lost from that mistake at the Dunlop chicane for Delorme. And there we go. White Spirit coming to the pits as well. Capi de Bayon. I think that'll be his task for this race completed, and there should be another driver swap coming for White Spirit. Romain Marchand too far back to make any impact on that team just yet, but after what we saw for them with the small mistake, I suppose you can understand. White Spirit, I think, would be wise to have their next driver ready to go for this stint or for the next one towards the end of the race. Lap 54 for them once they get back onto the road. But in the honest reality of the LMP2 class, it's 4 cars in realistic contention for the win. They're within 1 minute of all one another, and number 16 have indeed got Corentin Pointeau. They've brought him in now for his chance to drive the car again, with Marchand now catching up. Just 5 seconds between them, so that is handy news for White Spirit. They have the track advantage over RSR Rookie, and with the new driver on board, they will be ready to give him the instructions on what to do to complete this run to the top 5 for White Spirit, and that is really good, to say the least, for them. Oh, and now here we go, the lead battle. It's all in progress now. They have to make sure that no contact of significant nature occurs between these two. Let's see what can be done to block the faster car behind for the race lead. Cross to left. He will certainly use the forward chicane as best he can, slowing down now for the quicker slalom, and then they have to brake harder for the second one to complete lap 54 into lap 55. So 21 laps to go, and Delorme with better corner exit. He'll go around the outside and the Dunlop curve. Can he make the move stick for the lead the entire race? Let's see if he can do it. There's 1,000th of a second between for now, but is the move complete? It looks like it is. Yes, Remy Delorme back in the lead of the overall contest, the 1,000 kilometers of Le Mans. Absolutely brilliant driving there to gain the deficit and make the move cleanly. And yeah, that will push him on, and we'll see if Alpha can do anything about it, knowing they've got to beat the 453 car and any chance of the championship. Else it's going to be all over, and the new champions of season 4 will be crowned. There's the Chevy Corvette lapped again. Goliath all the way in plenty of time. So nicely done for the back marker. He'll again pull over and cooperate nice and swiftly. With the move completed, Delorme is pole, 2 seconds clear, just about on Kustalev. We have pit stop for the 94 G-League Esports Elite 2 car. Jurgo may be asked to give that car back as well for a driver change, but yeah, to have the representation for G-League 3rd and 4th at the moment. They'll want to see what they can do, and then the 94 car, yeah, that one has been given back to Eta. He'll finish the race for G League Esport. The 135 car, the other member of the outfit, is currently P12 overall, with Thibaut Trambuse on the car now. Visceral Esport. They take to the pit lane now. They know they've got a huge lead that they can to the test as they see fit. The previous incident, of course, we saw between the 83 and the 3 was detrimental, to say the least, in the battle for the podium. And Jerome Metral for OSR Academy has given himself the grasp of 3rd place for the time being. So yeah, the 12 remaining GT3 cars on circuit. Antonio T. Ferreira pits as well for Alf Team in their Mercedes. So they've copied what the race leaders are doing, but their lead, they've only given up 30 seconds for their brief service, so they are happy enough on the hard tires still. They're confident they can keep going, so it's just a case of a refuel, and they'll keep going. Perhaps they can make one last splash and dash if necessary. And perhaps wisely, Krustalev comes into the pits, so knowing Remy Delorme is just too quick, now that he's pitted, they'll bring in the Alpa Racing car for service. Matteo Arxgetz will be closing him down rapidly to try and get the championship leaders back into a podium, well, a silver medal position that will guarantee them a championship by finishing ahead of the Alpa Racing car. So there we go. Arxgetz back into 2nd position overall. Arthur Pata too far back, to be honest, to give Krustalev a race at the moment, but yeah, he'll do his best to stay within 60 seconds of Remy Delorme when perhaps he can get back on cycle. Comparing Sector 1 times between the top two, 2/10 of a second in it. Of course, it's difficult to tell from one side of the Mulsanne to the other. Can be done with the laps remaining. It remains to be seen. Race leader catching up to Trambuse in the G League Esports car. That's just not in contention to win, unfortunately. Yeah, you can just see, there's one of the RHI cars as well, so they'll be catching up nice and quickly to them too in the potential battle for 10th and 11th. So there we can certainly see those two cars who will need to be lapped. And then the 1-2-2 as well, the RHII car, also first in line to be lapped. Continuing his great run to the potential victory as things are currently playing out. He's lost 0.2 of a second though to Matteo in Sector 2, but it's not the greatest concern just yet. I think there's a clean set of tyres on board the G League Esports Elite car that's trying its best to keep up. Here we go. RHII car will be lapped right there and then. Nicely done. So good cooperation to let the race leader through. Start finish line for lap 57. We crossed right now, so we're getting closer and closer to the nervous 60s. These drivers are getting really close to the end now. Still a good while to go. There will be GT3 cars asked to pull over. There we go. Good. And that was. See. That could have been the Remy Sigris car, I think it was, or the Montano. It might be Montano actually. So Montano firmly down on the order. He had to try and compete one of the Mercs, the 206, I think it was. It's like going side by side down the Mulsanne, despite not being in a competitive race. Or sorry, that's Diogo Silva, the race leader there in GT3. Brief yellow flag warning in Sector 1, but it's passed by without trouble. We have a few pit stops here. Johan LeBlanc has brought the Blue Racing Team car in for another pit stop. Similarly, the number 8 Porsche, Raul Henriquez, has come in for service there. The JP Simulation Porsche also in for the pits, so I haven't had a chance to talk too much, but yeah, they're still in contention in the top 10 of GT3. Now we're taking a look at Puanto in the White Spirit. He's getting through some lap traffic himself. He's trying to pursue Marchand in the also rookie car, so of course this is for the chance for White Spirit to get back in the top 5 after its pit stop. Also rookies. What they need to do, of course, having lost Well, actually gained that last lap, so they have pulled a little bit away the last lap, but whether they can keep that up, I can't tell for sure. But yeah, certainly Ponto is gaining. He's under a second now, so this Mulsanne section should be more encouraging. Looking and waiting to see what is available to him. Keeping it clean, getting off the curbs. Excuse me, getting off the curbs when he saw the chance of potentially making an error there. He got right off the curbs and pushed away. Still actually getting better for the also rookie car, gaining 0.2 of a second since that first chicane. Now the second one. What will happen here? Still trying to bring the car to full stability. And it's another gain, pulling clear for Marchand, who we had the pleasure of talking to earlier on in the broadcast when he had his turn to take a break and hand the car over. So he knows best of the rest would be absolutely incredible behind the main championship contenders that are online today. So RKT leading the race, fourth in the championship at the moment. G League Esports Elite number 453 in second place and in championship winning position. Then Alpha Racing 34 trying their best to make that 19-point swing count, but it's not looking likely. And then number 94 of the G League Esports Elite 2 team, they want to keep RKT position behind them in the championship, but at the moment, yeah, it's going to be really tight. But yeah, I wouldn't take a bet against RKT at all. They are favourites to gain the necessary points to finish third in the championship. Yeah, this would be brilliant for the also rookies and getting past W there, I think it was. Metro, it's one of the strong runners there at the also Academy. That indeed was the OSR Academy, so they'll be rooting for their colleagues across the divide in the LMP2 class. Now across the line, we'll get another shot at comparing lap times. Marchand again getting the better of Pointeau here. 327.9 for Marchand. Getting about half a second out of Pointeau there. So this battle for fifth is definitely a real treat for all of us watching along, with more and more laps passing us by. Certainly, the field spread in GT3 is significant, so we won't get to see too much of them, barring anything occurring with the pit stops or strategy. So yeah, the fact that Montano in the Enduro Sim Racers, number 315, 2 laps down compared to class leader Silva. So yeah, they just want to make it to the finish line at this stage. They've got over nearly 2 minutes over Claudio Coelho, maybe more than 2 minutes as a matter of fact, over Claudio. So it is awkward for the GT3s in terms of getting the airtime, but we know the best two teams are first and second, and if something were to change, it will be dramatic for their championship battle. And there's a hold up there, I'm afraid. Marchand, he may have gotten away with it. Let's see now if the Mercedes will yield. Yeah, perfectly done. Knew what was coming. And a new fastest lap there. I've just seen Remy Delorme in the last minute or the last 30 seconds. He's completed the new fastest lap at 3:24.6, and that puts another second 1.3 seconds to be exact over G-League Esports Elite. Electron Libre have pitted their car, and just behind Lazzarini has as well. So driver change for Electron Libre. They've got Fabrice Ipod back in the driver's seat, and he will complete the race for their team. Lazzarini for the Racing Heart Italia 2 teams, or as I'm calling them, the RHII. That's their official title. They're going to try their best to respond, but they lose track position to Trambouz. Trambouz is in the G-League Esports car. And they will try their utmost to give Epod a fair fight, but it's going to be a long way back, nearly 24 seconds between them. Oh, just through the Porsche curves there. It's an awkward spot for me. That a beautiful Corvette, number 80, Phoenix, Team Phoenix car. So yeah, just an awkward timing there to have that head-to-head between the two contrasting cars. But yeah, thank goodness both were cooperative and nothing went badly wrong for either there. Again, crossing the line, the battle for 5th and 6th. It's still quite evenly matched after what we saw with Marchand pulling clear. Maybe now, yeah, this could be awkward with another. I think the Blue Racing team out of the pits, and they will be in the way for just this brief moment. So Ponto will have the right of way here. It'll have to be yielding for Dennis Witt here. We'll get out of the way as soon as possible. Yeah, he should now brake a bit earlier before the chicane, so he's just off the racing line. So that's absolutely perfect before the right, left, right. Here we go. We can now, these two best the rest fighters have their contest to the end. Race leader coming up to the start finish line again. He will have to lap another GT3 car before he can register that lap time. It's not going to be on the wavelength of what we saw previously that got the new fastest lap. It's much slower, 3 minute 28.1. So Matteo, as has a chance to close that down a little bit. At the moment, it's about evenly matched. We'll see what may have delayed Remy in sector 3. Here he comes in just a moment. It shall be 3:26.4. So there's a good fight back for the G League Esports team. They have a small. They've gained a small bit against leaders overall, and it is a long way to go, unfortunately, for them. But pit strategy could come into play. As we saw earlier, there was excitement for Alpha Racing, and they were in the prime position to pit under Code 80 enforced track conditions, so they benefited a lot from that. Unfortunately, hasn't paid off in this portion of the race. It hasn't gone their way. But if there's another accident that requires the race to be neutralised for a small bit, then yet more drivers could get a free pit stop out of it. And again, just rallying along here. Pointeau, it's not been his lap this time around after getting closer to Marchand, 2/10 lost in the last lap rather than a full second. So unfortunately, Marchand's on a personal best for the car, and he should be eager to try and get into the 3:27s to match Pata in the distance. So we'll see what we get for these two top 5 competitors. Yes, a really good lap time, 3:26 for Marchand. That gains 1.2 seconds Ponto did his best to respond with a vehicle best third sector, 1 minute 32.9, but it's not enough. So Marchand is pulling well clear now, 3.8 seconds, nearly 4 seconds clear in the fight to finish in the top 5. Lap 60 for the race leader, of course, and that will be nearly 61 in a minute and a bit from now. He's lapped more cars, so he has a clear gap before he meets Jérôme Metral in the OSR Academy M4. So that's nice and steady. The alarm in the race lead. Okay, across the left's last lap may have been overruled by track limits, so we don't have that data present. So you'll see what Pata can do if he can close any of that 48 seconds, 49 seconds gap. Yeah, race leader completes lap 60 there, so 61 now. And again, yeah, he's probably easing off just a little bit in the first 2 sectors before gunning it through Porsche curves, etc. to complete the lap. So yeah, that was a green sector for the race leading RKT. We have a pit stop for the Sarcelli racing team there. They will lose potentially 1 position if JP Simulation can catch up to them. Yes, there we go. JP Simulation with Hao Bastos is through in the Porsche 911, number 8. So, Remy Sigrist, that might be a driver change coming. That will explain the longer pit stop. Yeah, to be honest, Sigrist is well clear of the Endu Sim Racers 2 car. Yeah, so it was a good idea just to get a driver change potentially done now. So we'll get exact data at the pit lane time. So it's creeping up to over a minute now. So let's see if they get the driver change completed now or not. Ponto, I just saw him overtaking one of the other Mercs on the road. No, Remy Sigrist is still in my 95 Sarcelli's racing team car, so he's asked to carry on, but it was a good full service, I presume, with that team. Ponto again staying on board with him. He's overtaken the OSR rookie car now that it's in for the pit stop. So OSR rookie, this should be their last scheduled pit stop. The pattern that Dennis described to us earlier, the 11-10, 11-10, is a good sequence to follow, so that you can avoid staying in the pits too long when you don't need to. So let's see what Marchand can do when he's allowed back on the track, and of course staying on board with Ponto on his own now. He'll have 17 seconds of a deficit to Pata in the number 94 G-League Esports Elite 2 car. Number 24 SRG Team 2 car is also pitted. Yeah, so they're going to get some service done. Deculto in that car now, I think he is. So RHI similarly pitting the 22. Zanoni getting what he needs to be done there. With the AJR home at Porto team catch up to them in time, it could be close. 15, 14, 12 and so on and so forth. Yeah, he's gaining. So Rui Pedro Vieira has got the get up and go to try and catch up, and yeah, he will overtake them before He'll overtake RHI before they rejoin, but it's close as Decolto as the number 24, 5 seconds clear of the Portuguese outfit. And that could potentially be a battle while SRG need to get the heat into the tyres. And now here we go for perhaps the last time in this absolutely ripping race for LMP2. They have the top 2 in the pits. Here we are in pit lane. We can see the seconds stationary in the pits on the LED display for Asgets. So G-League Esports Elite, they're getting closer and closer to championship glory, and they just have to wait and see. But Alpha Racing Team will get ahead of them right now. So we have a head-to-head battle for the championship in effect for a little while at least. So there we go, 31.7 seconds stop stationary with 58 seconds overall for Asgets. He now rejoins safely in P3 with his teammate a long way behind. So that will be one to watch before we know exactly where the trophy is going at season's end. But yeah, or KT competition, they have the chance to calculate their destiny and to win this race and get themselves on the top step of the most famous podium in all of endurance racing. They're so close, but not quite there yet. It's another 14 to go on these 3.5 minute laps or thereabouts of the LMP2 class. We're checking out P8, AGR Homoporto Rui Pedro Vieira. He wants to catch Decolto. Jonathan Decolto for SOG Team 2. So far, yeah, we'll know exactly where they stand, but yeah, definitely it's evenly matched in Sector 2 between the two cars before, and we know exactly what the difference is at the start-finish line with Decolto. His first sector, of course, unrepresentative with the pit stop. Marchand with a best Sector 3 for the OSR rookie team. But it's, of course, out of a pit lane outlap, so it's not necessarily the lap that we can delve into until we get into Sector 1 again. So on is on, heading towards the mall standabout now, and here comes Vieira for his pit stop. This will trigger perhaps the RHI team to get a move on because they need an entire minute to catch up to P8 again, so we'll stick with the pit lane work for the AJR team. So he's just waiting to find his appropriate pit box. There it is. So he'll get lifted up, and most likely the tires will change. Yes, there we go. So new set of soft tires. All ready and set. If it's a quick pit stop, then it will be a bit demoralizing for RHI. Here we come though. 20 seconds thereabouts. Race leader just about to come by as well, so the 112 will go a lap down as Delorme will begin lap 64. There we go, RHI are through. Felletto is through, as is Fabrice Epod, so that battle for 8th place is now going to be between RHI and Electron Libre. There we go, lap 63 is underway. 2nd place and 3rd place coming up to the line very soon. Across the left. Again, we don't get to see his lap time on screen, so I hope they're not making any mistakes out there. And now Epod, he's through on lap traffic. His journey to P8 is promising thus far, of course. 2 seconds gained as Felletto has lost a bit of time there, but we'll get a proper view of what's going on 7th in class Mercedes there. That should be the number 60 of Ferreira. So out of the way, please. Or s'il vous plaît. As I mentioned, the French team will be eager to say. There we go. Be a loss of about half a second for Ipod. Trying to catch up, make a pass for position. There's the RHI car. The splendid orange bonnet on show there. For the last segment of the Mulsanne before getting turned to the right and the hard braking zone. It's just between 30 seconds or thereabouts for the overall victory. Krustalev was 0.2 quicker in Sector 1. Let's see what Sector 2 will deliver. We'll see them cross that threshold just in a moment. Oh yes, there we go. You can really see Jaroslav is pushing hard for Alpha Racing. He's gained 0.9 tenths of a second there. Really impressive lap here for Krustalev to try and put pressure on Remy Delorme in terms of the victory. The 453 team are currently in championship position. That's not under threat at the moment, so they just need to keep the car alive to the finish to become champions. But it will be a nice way to complete this season 4 championship for Alpha Racing Team. If they can't become the overall champions, then at least get the one up against their head-to-head rivals on this finale. That will be a solid way to complete the season. So we'll see now what Ipod can do. He will be just behind race leader, of course, a lap down. There's a look. Corv second in class in GT3. All by his own lonesome at the moment. 83 seconds behind Visceral Esports and 44 seconds clear of OSR Academy. So yeah, that earlier incident, I think at this stage they're probably well and truly over it, knowing that the number 3 car could not complete the full distance. They retired from the race, the 4th retirement of our afternoon. Yeah, so by all means, I think Phoenix Racing will have to settle for second in the championship, or Team Phoenix will settle for second in the championship, but second place today on this showing after what may have been a tough one, but at least they had the chance to resume the race. They will be probably satisfied being second overall in GT3 category. Race leader still has a way to go in order to actually put a lap, an 8th lap down on Diogo Silva in that rapid Visceral Esports Merc. Checking out the deficit, Ipod took second, nearly 2 seconds out of Filetto that last lap, so you can see them there getting closer and closer to one another. Trambuse, I think we saw a little glimpse of him there in the other G League Esports car. He'll be doing whatever he can to catch up to these two, but on current evidence, yeah, it's certainly possible because of how quick he was last time around. 326.6, so he took a huge chunk of time out of Filetto especially. But, yeah, he needs to do that all over again, and at the moment, yeah, Sector 1 tells us he is quicker, but we'll know for sure in Sector 2 after all the Mulsanne work. So there you go, there's the number 135 of Thibaut Trambuse doing his best to catch up. Yeah, he takes a little bit more time out of them again. Indianapolis awaits these 3 drivers competing for 8th place in their LMP2 category. There we go. Now, Aranage coming up next. As smooth as you like. There's no worry about hitting the pointy tire barrier there on the outside. So 3 cars all within camera shot of one another. This is where the action currently lies. These drivers a lap down on the race leader for the moment. Yeah, knowing the field spread at the moment, strategy, perhaps one more stop needed for these drivers before the very end, or 1,000 kilometers, and ePod should be able to gain on Foletto, but Foletto really needs to get into the 3:29s or better to stay competitive, so I think this should be a better lap for him this go around. There first. They're lap 63, I believe they'll be on by now. Lap 64. Foletto gets a 3:29.6. He's lost another second, 1.3 seconds. And then Trambu's in the 3:27s again. So when these two begin their head-to-head battle on the road, it'll just give Trambu's even more of an advantage, as he'll have to clear air to catch up to these guys. But then second place, Krustalev, he has completed his 64th lap onto lap 65 now, so he'll catch up to them as well. Just has to wait and see where the opportunity may arise to get the blue flag benefit. And yeah, their lap times, they need to keep gets at bay for as long as possible. Plenty of strong third sectors popping up for the LMP2s, using their soft tires as best they can. Pit stop there for White Spirit. So Anto could be caught by Marchand in a matter of moments, so we'll see how close they'll be between each other. And indeed, in Phoenix in the Chevy pits from second on the road, and he'll fall down to 4th place overall, as Mertral in the 51 BMW comes up to 2nd, and Leonardo Alves in the McLaren now gets to P3 for Alpha GP. So they had a brief scuffle with a Ferrari earlier on in the coverage, but now that's all under control. So we now have McLaren in the podium places for the first time today. ePod getting very close now to Foletto, and Trambu's with a purple sector 1, a 31.8 there. Absolutely spectacular driving as he closes further and further on these two drivers. The 135, yeah, the pace of that car, they'll probably feel they should be competing for the top 5 alongside their compatriots in the other G League Esports cars, but yeah, just fell away from them perhaps earlier on in the race. They still got time, but we're watching and waiting for the opportunity for Fabrice ePod to attack Alessio Foletto for 8th position. In terms of what Electron Libre need to do championship, they're battling 10 points, 10-point deficit against White Spirit, so that's not on the cards at the moment. White Spirit have had the better showing thus far. Concept Motorsport, Honor Design, they are struggling a bit to say the least. So the 969, 969 is last in class, so that's not gonna happen. Then wide goes Foletto, and through at last is the 71 of Electron Libre, but the celebrations may be cut short because just behind, Trambu's is now in range. He's less than a second behind, so we have a three-way battle. RHI, though, they've probably got to realize what's going on here. The quicker car is, without a doubt, Trambu's in the 135. The Alpha Racing team, they pit for the final time today. Krustalev has been putting in good lap times, but not enough to put Delorme under pressure. And before you know it, before I could complete that thought, it was the S's that saw the move completed there for G League Esports. And now we'll have ePod against Tramboose for the first time in quite a while. So stay tuned to this one live on Tuned TV on Twitch to see what will unfold with this fascinating contest between one of the big teams and their car out of position against the two pair drivers at Electron Libre. So drivers to call upon: Neo Rick or Rick Neo, and then Fabrice Epod. They've been on their side of the garage, and now can they keep Thibaut Trambouse quiet for as long as possible? Should be interesting to see what could happen as Pata also come into the pits. G League Esports, and they should be comfortable enough. White Spirit too far back, make a difference. So far so good for ePod here. He's gained a little bit. The personal best for the car, 32.4 sector 1, just shy of 32.5 seconds. So yeah, the number 453 back in championship position here ahead of the 34. Let's see if that is crystallized. It probably will be, to be honest, as they've been very conservative with their pit stops. They've completed the least out of anybody competing for the victory today. So well done to them for keeping to that strategy of eking out the stints. OSR Academy, Alpha GP, and Endu Sim Racer all pit in GT3 class. So that will allow Shul IF back into second place, and Royton has got the Boyd Transport Racing car back onto the podium. So we'll see if that battle will endure to the end. So we have had much head-to-head battles inside the GT3 class in the last 20 minutes or so, but we'll see the Speed EXE car come up to 4th position. The number 666 Ferrari is up into 4th position. Enzo Agelmont back in the car for Osor Academy. Alpha GP, they're going to trust Leandro Simes get that car to the end. Yeah, they're clear enough as you like. So there is a sub 10 second interval as we see. Yeah, Trambouse car, is that a wide? Yeah, it's in the pit lane. So Trambouse comes into the pits to bring that car for service, and they'll be pushing with everything they've got to try and possibly finish in 10th place or better. So that's going to be an incredible final stint for that car. Just a quick service, I'm quite sure of that. We're so close to the end now, towards the final 100 kilometers or thereabouts, to 150 kilometers perhaps, to signal the end of this race that has been dominated for the majority by RKT competition, but they're not out of the woods just yet. They have 44 seconds in the pocket, but they've still got to deliver that all the way to the checkered flag. Yeah, so the brief excitement we had for ePod versus the G League Esports car has come to an end for the moment. But yeah, Fabiano Gramashi is back for his turn. He gets a second opportunity to drive. It's going to be really, really tough though. It's a long stop. So I am incorrect by my assessment. There was a driver change necessary there. So from P12 now that they rejoin, they'll need to find... Oh, sorry, that's the 122. So sorry, yeah, it's Thibaut Trambouse 11th. Yeah, so he's got to find 33 seconds to get into the top 10 at the expense of AGR. Then we saw the 122 pit. RHII car. So they're in the pits and they've performed a driver change, and Dennis Witt is going to be driving that's the Blue Racing team. So Dennis Witt for Blue Racing will be behind the wheel there, and he should be settled enough to bring that car home in 13th. At least there could be the chance for better if something could happen in front. So yeah, Falletto all out on his own here in the number 22. There's no head-to-head competitions for him in front or behind at the moment. Decoto pits for SRG Team 2, so maybe this is their chance to close right in and get the chance at 8th place. If EPOD in 8th place, he'll be able to benefit first and foremost if he can close that gap right down. And race leader Delarme is ready to cross the line for lap 68 now, so that should be handy enough. Now he has one GT3 car to lap, and that'll be all. Ooh, you can see that the bit of a queue there. Most likely EPOD getting delayed a little bit. There we go, there's the Porsche and one of the BMWs, so hopefully EPOD is well clear of that at this stage. Yeah, he actually pits, so Fabrice EPOD saw the chance to pit and he takes it. So now Falletto is 8th by himself, and that'll be the last stop of this event for Electron Libre. And Racing Heart Italia get a chance now to put OSR Academy's BMW another lap down. 51 doing its utmost to find 14 or 15 seconds on the Speedy XE Ferrari. So we'll see how that could possibly play out. And now we'll see if Trambouz can undercut the Electron Libre car. So it's 15 seconds, 10 seconds. It's going to be really close, but could it come to pass that Trambouz can successfully undercut and gain the position? Oh, yes, there we go. G-League Esports have possession of P10 again. That was a good outlap, to say the least, to get EPOD out of the way. And now he's back on track, so there is a 1 second gap between those two that we can monitor, but they'll have to push almighty lap times through their tyres now to get anywhere close to the RHI car, or indeed the Eduardo Cunha AJR Home Porto car. So in LMP2, 6 cars remain on the lead lap from Romain Marchand down. Everyone else has been lapped in their class at least once, so great showing from Marchand and indeed Pointeau as well. Stay comfortably in the lead lap, but if they make any glaring errors, then they could certainly be caught. So yeah, 4th to 6th is a competitive battle if the opportunity arises, but yeah, there's no threat of rain, as I mentioned towards the beginning of the show. The weather has cooperated with these drivers, and there's no sudden risk of the grooved tires being needed for rain, but those clouds have been grey for the most part, so yeah, that is important that the drivers have been gifted that little bit of a reprieve at least. Yeah, it's lap time's reasonably stable. Not quite the ultimate pace we've seen, but yeah, it's definitely a tiring show to be driving for the last 4.5 to up to about 5 hours now, so we're getting closer and closer to our finish. It's been a rapid race. Just the one code 80 slowdown required. And fair play to those. Fair play to everyone in race control, of course. Picked that incident for Enzo Locatelli, the one and only LMP2 that has crashed out of the race. When that incident occurred for OSR, it was just too badly compromising for the rest of the circuit to have a car like that damaged, so that's the right call to bring out the slowdown. Now lap 69 for the race leader, getting towards 6 to go now, and the 45-second lead. It's just about hovering there, up and down. The last lap, he gained 0.3 of a second over Matteo. But Matteo, in fairness, got a good Sector 3 completed, so there is plenty of pace still remaining in the G-League Esports Elite car that is on course to become the champions of the 2023-24 campaign, the Season 4, as it's formerly known. And there we go, past the Corvette they go. He's still following along with Valletto. Diogo Silva for the Visceral Esports team completes another lap in his class, so getting closer and closer to that championship crown as well. So Roy Tun, we feel a long way back for the Boyd Transport Racing team to try and possibly win the race, but even a second place would be a great showing and gain them a lot of points in the championship. They're trying to finish second in the championship, but I think just pulling away from Concept Motorsport WMB very, very comfortably, that should be the ultimate success, I think. So the WB team probably long gone for the race, unfortunately. Number 3 car, yeah, that was the one that crashed out. Yeah, P3 in the championship is for Boyd Transport. So I just want to try and close the gap a little bit to the top, but again, it's very difficult because of how strong those two teams are. And indeed, Speed.exe are also in range of Boyd Transport, but they've got to actually overtake them on the road to really threaten a jump. But yeah, Speed.exe will finish 4th in the championship as things stand. Big Prombo Motorsports, we barely got to see any of them whatsoever after an early technical fault knocked them out of the race, unfortunately. So we barely got to talk about their Aston Martin. Yeah, now to the lap 70 is just about to begin. The alarm starting to put in good lap times again. Should be across the line now. So green Sector 3 there for a 3:25.5. So it could be just too much to ask Matteo as gets to actually get the win here. And now pit lane action for Alessio Falletto and the RHI team. So they'll want to get the bragging rights within their team and get the battle of the top 10 completed. So Trambouz, if this is a long stop, then Thibaut Trambouz will overtake them on the road, and that'll probably be the end of that. But if they can service the number 22 Orca, then this will be a fantastic conclusion to the race in terms of on-track battles. Let's see, they're stationary over 10 seconds now. If they don't get going in the next 20 seconds, then they will be undercut for 8th place. Electron Libre also in range. But there we go, it's a splash and dash. So we have a head-to-head battle for our viewing pleasure. Out of pit lane they go, a 20-second pit stop. Nicely done there by the Racing Heart Italia team to get that pit stop completed on target. Thibaut Trambouz not in the target lap times compared to his team leader. So with 3:28.9 last time around. So it is proving perhaps the middle sector is the most difficult for these drivers as the race wears on. So Eduardo Cunha pits the number 112 Portuguese car. So that will be the end of their challenge for the top 10 unless something were to happen. And then as well, the number 32 comes in for service. Sim Racing guys, team 1. And the AGO Homa Porto team. Getting their final pit stops out of the way. But there we go, we can see the threat that Thibaut Tambuz poses. He's gained good time in Sector 1 thus far. Of course, it's not fully exact because of the outlap that needs to be completed here by Alessio Filetto. There's another look at the third place overall in GT3. Artem Soleyev in the Corvette. The Team Phoenix car trying its best just to keep Vissel Esports honest in the GT3 title hunt, but there we go. It's just been another fantastic showing from the number 58 car, and they will be worthy champions in about 15 minutes time on current schedule. So stay tuned for this season finale coming to its triumphant end, as we now have the lights flashing. Tambuz probably trying to psych himself up, knowing his objective for this afternoon is right in front of him. He's getting so close. But in Sector 2, I think we have the times on the board. Yeah, he has gained half a second. Or, sorry, that'll be 1.5 seconds thereabouts, yeah. So it's getting very, very close now. Should be Diogo Silva, I think, in the... Oh, sorry, that's Roy Tun, I beg your pardon. I always get those two mixed up. So Roy Tun in the Boyd Transport Racing car gets out of the way under blue flags for one of 2 cars, of course. He's got to let the other one go before the Porsche curves. And we go with Filetto in the RHI. Watching as hard as he can, making every bit of tarmac count and avoiding spins or any such manner. And gladly there, Mercedes down the road comes into pit lane. I think that's Antonio Ferreira getting service done for the last time. That would be, yes, the Alf team Mercedes pits. So that saves a bit of anxiety for the RHI management and indeed the drivers who have done their stints and are now watching on from their viewing balcony, I suppose you can call it. Lap time comparison in the final sector. Filetto definitely pushed clear, so big delay costing Tambuz his chance to really close down. Epod gains a bit as well, so he's 6.3 seconds behind, growing to about 7 seconds. And there we go. The Roy Tun Boyd Transport car went long there, but will take the pit lane to relinquish the podium place. And at the moment, Speed EXE have a chance to go on their hard tyre and make a shock result for them. I suppose I know they're a very competitive team, but they haven't been beyond 5th or 6th place that often, so it's great to have them now in a position to perhaps fight on, and maybe a last gasp code 80 could make a difference here. But pit lane as well, Romain Marchand, should be a splash and dash for him. He will concede position to Pata in the G-League Esports Elite 2 car. White Spirit looking quite good there, but of course if they pit again, then Pata should surely overtake. So that's absolutely brilliant for White Spirit to come P4 so near to the end, but we'll see if they hang on. Decoto is too far back compared to the OSR rookie car, so unfortunately Decoto has nothing really to play for at the moment, but they'll keep trying, of course. In the SOG Team 2 car out by its lonesome. Comparing more lap times again, this is what we want to see in this battle for P8. A lot of the damage that was done to Trambuse's momentum has been repaired. He's gained over a second in Sector 2 alone. He's pushing really, really hard again. So he's well and truly in a competitive range, as we have race leader Delorme in for the final time, but they'll need to make sure it's absolutely flawless to convert their dominance into the victory that they desire, as we can now see gets closing, and as a matter of fact he takes the pit lane as well, so he will respond. But it is a splash and dash to let Remy Delorme back out on the road, and he will just guide the car home for the remaining 4 laps of this 1,000 kilometer race here at Le Mans. Alpha Racing Team, they're too far back if indeed Agetz doesn't spend very long in the pits to guarantee the title. But it will be careless of them to try and take a risk in the pits, knowing it's all about the championship for them. The second place is not the end of the world, so they will be actually unlapped by these 2 cars. There we go, 16.5 seconds stationary, and there we go, back out on the circuit. So actually it's really off, because Trambuse will want to be passed as that is given a tow by his teammate. But in the Dunlop curves and the S's, this is not what they need at all. The Dunlop chicane and the S's, absolutely the last thing Thibaut would have wanted. But now for the Mulsanne, it will come back to him. Faletto 329.8 last time out, 326.7 for Trambuse. So now the blue flags, the dilemma is now the blue flag order. Flashing the lights there is Matteo Agetz. You will have to find a gap in the road with the shadow of the teammate right in the range as well. So well, this is endurance racing at its finest. The trickery on show here. The 2 teammates are able to gang up now and dislodge the single car of RHI compared to RHII, too far back down in the field in the 1-2-2 car. So here we go. Thibaut Trambuse has to get the slipstream now, as the blue flag order is completed, and watching and waiting for the actions of the battle behind. Yeah, this is going to be so close. This is it now. On board, right on cue with Trambuse. Into the Mulsanne curve they will go. The overspeed is surely too good to resist now. P8 overall at stake. Can they keep it clean? Yeah, Trambuse has a nose in front, and it is Faletto yielding, unfortunately. And that's the hard work of Thibaut Trambuse completed. He's been eager for a long time now to actually pass the RHI car after previously getting ahead of Electron Libre and Ipod for that position. And unfortunately he's not lapping quick enough to trouble Trambuse. But Faletto, if he's not careful, he's just got to take a deep breath and compose himself, because to lose P8 it's disappointing, but to lose P9, now that would be really bitter to swallow. But the odds on the number 453 car probably just getting the support from its teammate towards the end of the race, that would make the most sense if they want to celebrate the title in a bit of flamboyance. Make sure they can get a photo to hang up on their office walls, I suppose, and then 2 cars side by side at the finish line without compromising the race, of course, for the 135. That would be the ideal situation. As we head now, 3 to go. Remy Delorme has put in another strong Sector 3 to get his outlap completed as required, and of course gets on his own outlap, losing perhaps 1 or 2 tenths in the last sector. Let's see, it's another green Sector 3, and he's 2 seconds worse off compared to Delorme, so that That should be game, set, and almost match in terms of the Le Mans 1000 kilometers. That'll go their way, barring something absolutely shocking. And then Yaroslav Krustalev trying his best to claw some of that 23 seconds that he needs to possibly make it a contest between the two title contenders. Then we have White Spirit, Quentin Pointeau. We'll see now, he will be crossing the line in just a moment. Actually, no, he's probably in the Porsche cars at this stage, so he could be caught still by Arthur Pata in the G League Esports Elite 2 car. So that's another battle that could flourish towards the end of the race. We'll know exactly where that stands in just a moment. I think, yeah, we have Strukala in the 32. He will be lapped by Ponto shortly inside the LMP2 class. Watch and wonder what could happen. There we go. Ponto completes a lap time 3 minutes 28.6. Pata delayed somewhat in the second sector. Tried his best to claw it back, but he is slower at 3:29.9. So that's the last slow lap permissible for Pata in the number 94 G League Esport car. He's got to nail the next 2 laps, make it a head-to-head contest, or else it will be an amazing result to end the season for White Spirit. And we'll see if they can do so. But Fellato, he gains a bit of time on Trambouz in Sector 2, but he's already down compared to him in Sector 1, so it's about equal between them at the moment. I'm just seeing if any other points of interest occur. Leandro Simoes in the McLaren for fifth in class, the Alpha GP, set a new personal best for the team, getting a 3 minutes 58 there. So it gains 3 seconds on Roy Tun and the Boyd Transport car. So if he can do that again in the next lap, then we could have a contest for the 4th position in GT3. All my talk earlier about them, as I think out of the race goes Pau Bastos in the number 8 Porsche 911. So he may actually still be better off than Claudio Guello in 10. So it could be 9th place regardless for Bastos, but I'm afraid the GT3 cars have been let fortunate into completing the race. They've been less liable to make it to the end. So we'll see how that goes. We have a chance to look at Eigelmo back in the OSR Academy BMW. This is for 2nd place. So remarkable running here as the number 83 Callaway Corvette has been caught up here. He's lost a lot of time this most recent lap. So we have a battle on our hands for 2nd place in GT3. So for a while it looked very bleak for that class in terms of the field spread, but now we've got 2nd place at stake. We know Sholaev and co were punted in that accident that involved the number 3 as well, so that lost them some time. They'll rue that if they are beaten today. But Eigelmo, and as a matter of fact, I think that's the OSR Academy, OSR rookie Orica. They're going to get distracted by their own teammate for a little bit. But there they go. That should be Marchand away, and that should give the word of encouragement to Enzo to try and make this battle count and make sure OSR's junior teams can do very well. He's into the Porsche curves, a bit close for comfort there, kicking up the grass. Has it actually ended up in a position change? No, it's close, but not close enough. So a bit of a stutter on the stream there. We apologise for that. But Eigelmo, here we go. He's doing everything he can. He really wants a 2nd place.
but ideally he needs to pick a spot at a conventional overtaking point. The grunt of that BMW should be able to battle on the Mulsanne, in my opinion, but he's going for it into the Ford chicane, and he's there. He's got the position, and he slides wildly, and incredibly he hangs on to it. So the hefty M4 has made an incredible overtake with about 5 minutes of this race to go, and he's flashing the lights in glory, but it's not over yet. Enzo, you've got to keep battling with the quality on the back of that 83 Corvette. You can't celebrate just yet, so let's see what could happen as we start to prepare to salute our LMP2 competitors for their last lap. We will continue to watch any battles that occur. We will confirm exactly which championships go where as well. Keep an eye out for that. The final lap is coming right now. Remy Delorme has got the 1 to go signal. The famous Rolex clock. Not a concern necessarily today, but it'll feel like an achievement to get this 1,000 kilometers in the bag in a solid and encouraging season for RKT competition. But with this this performance from the entire team today, that will give them a lot of encouragement heading into season 5 in the autumn. So here we go through Tetra Rouge one last time, getting a lot of curb as well, and do have the glory run. I must imagine, because they're so far in front, the number 58 Visceral Esports car is pitting again to have a glory run at the end, because Eigelmont is just too far back. So I think, yeah, they just want to celebrate in style down at Visceral Esports to become the new champions of GT3 class. So they get 5.1 second stationary stop completed, so they're probably going to go for a glory run to round up their excellent championship. So we'll get back on board. Remy Delorme is the focal point of the broadcast to conclude this 75 lap 1,000 kilometer race around Circuit de la Sarthe. And they richly deserve this opportunity to lead the race into the last segment. They do have lapped cars in front of them. Antonio Ferreira and his mark should be coming up on screen in just a moment. And now on the final lap, the halfway through sector 1, of course, we have the GT3 class coming to its end. So we'll see how that fares. And then there we go, through on Antonio, he'll go. Yeah, the battle between Eigelman and Shuleaf, it's over, to be honest, unless it's a big error on the part of the BMW. He's just pulling out huge gaps on the Corvette at the moment, and if anything, Roy Thun could take encouragement from that, but he's got to really put out the stops. We now reach Indianapolis with Remy Delorme's onboard footage. He should be able to slow down in time so he doesn't get the LMP2s distracting him, the likes of Decolto too far ahead. So we're heading towards the end now. Should be everyone in the final third of the track at this stage. There we go, we can see the McLaren trying its very best to get into the top 5, get into top 4 I should say. It's currently 5th. So Simeo's ooh, he's messing about a bit. There we go, he got out of the way. The Alpha GP car gets out of the way. Through the Porsche curves for the last time. This has been a show of excellence today from Remy Delorme and all involved at RKT competition. Through one more lapped car, we will get the checkered flag waving in just this final slalom, the famous Ford chicanes. And there we have it, everybody. Congratulations to RKT competition. They are the supreme performers today in the fantastic 1,000 kilometers series by RFRO. So there we go, the lights are shining for them. Big congratulations. But we'll see now, the championship will be almost certainly won now by G-League Esports Elite. They are coming to the line just through the final segment now. You will see the Mercedes, of course, the Diogo Silva powered Visceral Esports car, getting very, very close to its class victory, and with it the championship. Team Phoenix bring the car into the pits. I think they just realized the game is done. They don't need to go any further. So yeah, they've done what they can. But here we go, on board Diogo Silva for the Mercedes AMG Visceral Esports team. They will become champions on top of the race victory this afternoon. Beautiful drive from them. They were unstoppable. I didn't see any mistakes from them whatsoever. They just pulled way in front out of everybody else. The Callaway Corvette of their head-to-head rivals Team Phoenix. The unfortunate Ferrari number 3, so out of the race. But there we go, across the line. Congratulations to Visceral Esports. They are, without a shadow of a doubt, the number 1 team in all of the GT3 category. So they can also flick the lights for delight. And we have championship confirmation coming up, as of course G League have done it. They are the champions with the number 453 the yellow and black car. There we go, championship confirmed in LMP2 category for the 453 team. So Matteo Agats has completed a fantastic drive for the best team in this entire season 4. Jules Neal, Matteo Ax, Julien Guerin, all involved in that triumphant drive today. So congratulations on the G League Esports for securing the title, and they will celebrate with their team represented as well by the number 94 and the 135. So lots to be proud of today for G League. They've done it in fine style, but of course they would have preferred to have won it overall like Visceral Esports did. But nevertheless, yeah, they had the 9 points cushion and they beat Alpha Racing. They beat Alpha Racing on the track to make absolutely sure. And we have confirmation as well. We have the championship in GT3 class belonging to Diogo Silva and company there for Visceral Esports. We'll check them out. There we go. Congratulations. As a bit of contact there, a bit too hot coming into the chicane there by one of the G Leagues. But there we go. Congratulations, Visceral Esports. That was absolutely wonderful driving for Diogo and Miguel Cardoso as well. So brilliant job for them. And now they're just probably no one really to shake hands with, because also Academy at the other end of the track, 2nd place in class. So congratulations as well to OSR Academy. They drove a splendid race. Enzo Eigelmo got the car home, and that's a big boost to them. Perhaps they'll get more races under their belt next season. Get more podiums, more top 5s next time out. If they're on 181 points as a part-time outfit, but yeah, they're going to rapidly jump up the standing. Well over 200 points at this stage. So congratulations to them. And Team Phoenix will be receiving the 3rd place trophy for their efforts, and indeed they finished runner-up in the GT2 Championship as well. And there we go. We'll see if anyone wishes to come forward for a chat. I'm more than willing to take all comers on for words with myself. Yeah, of course, yeah, the celebrations for the winners, they will go long into the evening. I'm sure they can be very proud of themselves, knowing the year, the September to June season 4 is complete. They can have a bit of celebration time if they wish, and then they'll be prepared again for season 5 coming in September. I look forward to that as well. Bahrain has moved up the calendar to the opener in season 5, so we'll see how things progress as the hypercar class will come into effect in 2024-25 season 5. Now, yeah, past the Blue Racing team there, a chance to overtake an LMP2 for once. That must be a great feeling. And most cars have reached the pit lane at this stage. Yeah, it's just the final set of drivers still required to get themselves back for the post-race overview. Here we go, another overtake against one of the G Leagues. Yeah, Delorme is comfortably in the pit lane, celebrating. And of course, Diogo Silva is ready to
Congratulations to all
take the
drivers.
plaudits from our
Thank you for
marshals
your
trackside.
participation through
And
all these
to
years
also,
and through all these races.
Revel.
To G League, very good position. Congratulations to your win. To Visual Esports, also congratulations to your win. And to all the drivers that were here, congratulations for your participation. This was a very good race with no incident whatsoever.
So we're just tuning
things
down, winding things down. So we have the Discord in our Twitch TV chat there. If you wish to join and get involved for Season 5.
We have a lot to do next year.
Of course, we'll be looking forward to that.
Thank you all.
3 months from now. We are planning to release the video on demand on the Tune TV YouTube, so keep an eye out for that, perhaps as early as Tuesday, and then a highlights package could be prepared over the weekend, so Monday could be ready for that as well. So yeah, Tune TV, keep an eye out on the YouTube for that, and I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Myself, Owen Harmon and Dennis Lind, we were very privileged to be asked for this opportunity. Came up through our contacts, so yeah, we're mainly on Live for Speed as a matter of fact, so yeah, that's where we are most of the time. So it's good to have a go on Factor 2 again around Le Mans. So thanks everybody for tuning in, and here's a look at the Season 5 calendar in full again. It'll be another September to June running of our RFRO 1,000 kilometers. So there we go. Really appreciate everyone tuning in, and it has been absolutely brilliant to see this competition for the first time in my eyes. So well done as well to Charlie in my ear. He's been very helpful getting everything sorted with the broadcast cameras and these graphics that you now see. Yeah, it is time to thank for this season. It is congratulations to our race winners, RKT, got the job done from the beginning, and then Visual Esports, they were so strong in in the GT3 class as well. But the title was secured by the favourites, G League Esports Elite, in the number 453 car. So that was a great drive for them to finish second. But that is all the time we've got for you this evening. We really appreciate all the support the series has gotten in the Season 4, and we hope for even more in the upcoming Season 5 in 3 months from now. So enjoy the post-season break and get ready for more action with the hypercars to come. So goodbye for now, and we really appreciate your time.